You all look very good from up here. I would say, please say good morning to somebody. You might be the only person to talk to them today. Just say good morning. It's good to see you. You're looking good. Yeah? So it's fantastic to see such vibrant energy in the room as we kick off the third KEPRO Annual Circular Packaging Conference. Congratulations to KEPRO. This year's theme is Thriving Together, People, Planet, and Progress. I noticed we changed the last P. It's usually 3 Ps. Progress is new. So I'm excited to see what the progress is since we started 2 years ago. So today is all about sparking ideas, connecting purpose with action. Action is what is really key for us to move the needle in the sustainability conversation, and having fun while doing it. Correct? You don't want to have fun? Hey, me, I want to have fun. So I really hope you'll have fun and engaging. So we are now going to rise for the Kenyan National Anthem. Media team. I'll request us to remain standing to have a moment of silence for the late former Right Honorable Raila Odinga. You may have your seats. As we settle in, we are now going to watch a short video that will just paint some color as to why we are gathered here today. Over to you, media team.
A new story is unfolding. A story of everyday actions shaping a better world. Where people lead, the planet thrives, and progress becomes our shared purpose. Change begins in small moments, a hand reaching for the right bin, a lesson taught in the classroom, a choice made in the morning commute. Every act of responsibility connects us, people from all walks of life, united by one simple truth, that the health of our planet begins with us. And when waste finds its way to purpose, the story transforms. What was once discarded becomes a resource, reborn through innovation, design, and collaboration. Across Kenya, partnerships are thriving. Communities are building livelihood through circular solutions, proving that progress can be inclusive and sustainability can uplift. In every transaction, in every recovered ton of material, we see the promise of a future where value is not thrown away, but reimagined. This is our collective journey, where people lead, the planet heals, and progress becomes our shared legacy. Welcome to the third KEPRO Annual Circular Packaging Conference 2025. Thriving together, people, planet, progress.
What an amazing video, painting the picture of success that we want to see. To give us some more about what KEPRO is all about, it's now my pleasure to invite James, who is the CEO of KEPRO, and who will thereafter invite the board chair of KEPRO, Steve Morley. Karibu, James, with a round of applause.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. To our chief guest, His Excellency, the Deputy Governor for Machakos County, our keynote speaker, the former Cabinet Secretary for Environment, Professor Judy Wahungu, to the ladies and gentlemen joining us today for this third annual Circular Packaging Conference. It is a great honor to welcome you to the conference and later on to the SPICE Awards, where we'll be celebrating innovative ideas geared towards accelerating Kenya's realization of a circular economy. When we began the journey as KEPRO back in 2021, the intention, albeit simple, came out as a powerful idea where producers agreed that they would be taking responsibility for the entire life cycle of their products, and more specifically packaging in the context of KEPRO. From that vision, we have grown into a movement that is now reshaping how Kenya thinks about waste, recycling, and circularity. Today, we are proud to stand as the leading producer responsibility organization in Kenya, representing around 1,100 companies across diverse sectors, including retailers, manufacturers, as well as recyclers, all united with one mission: to close the loop in terms of packaging waste at post-consumption stage. Based on that, together we have been able to convert over 70,000 metric tons of packaging waste back into value. And of course, this is distributed across the different value chain or value streams that we are mandated to handle. Here we'll be talking about paper, glass, as well as plastics. We also do packaging made out of aluminum. And so while diverting over 70,000 metric tons of waste out of landfills and oceans, we've also been able to inject directly through the contribution of our members over 300 million Kenyan shillings into Kenya's recycling to date. These numbers are not necessarily just statistics, but they also represent livelihoods restored, neighborhoods cleaned, as well as hope renewed for a generation that deserves a greener planet. In terms of the work that we do, between 2024 to 2026, we have been guided by three key strategic pillars. The first is on delivering member value beyond compliance. So remember, as a producer responsibility organization, our sole mandate or our primary mandate as an organization is to ensure that our producers are complying with the regulatory provisions enshrined within the Sustainable Waste Management Act and the resultant regulations, including the extended producer regulations. So this has meant that we have to partner with different actors, including innovators, as well as other actors keen on supporting businesses to be able to integrate sustainability into their core models and ensure that the same is emerging as a competitive advantage within a circular economy. The other strategic pillar is, of course, on inspiring behavior change amongst our consumers. So as KEPRO, we recognize then that the consumer plays quite a critical role as far as environmental stewardship is concerned. Because as far as we are concerned, then as long as James, you and I are not necessarily disposing of our waste in the bin, and of course, ultimately in the right bin, then there's only so much we can be able to achieve. And we do this through a number of initiatives. I think the video sort of captured on a high-level basis how we're able to deliver some of this messaging to our members, and the intention is to inspire behavior change. The other one is on becoming the world's most trusted packaging producer responsibility organization. So as I've alluded to, over 1,000 members trust us with their compliance requirements, and this also means transferring financial obligations or financial resources to us to ensure that we are carrying out these undertakings. And so the management of these funds, as well as the delivery of the functions that has been bestowed upon us as an organization, has required that we adhere to good governance practices, as well as any other ethical practices that would ensure that we are delivering on our mandate. Now, as we look forward, or as we look ahead, our journey is far from over. The next phase calls for deeper collaboration, and that is why we are in this room together, between ourselves as industry actors, government actors, or both national and county governments, the consumers, to ensure that design of packaging is not only circular by intent, but also recyclable by design. To our members, partners, and teams, thank you for believing in this vision and for walking the transformative journey with us for the last 5 years. And together, we are not only building a circular packaging future, but we are also redefining what responsibility looks like in Kenya and beyond. Welcome to the KEPRO Annual Circular Packaging Conference and to the future of circularity. Thank you very much. Now, it is now my humble duty to invite my boss, and it is at this point that you have to clap seriously, because the year is coming to an end and my salary has to be reviewed. So, karibu sana Bwana Stephen Molu. Thank you.
Right. Thanks, James, for that great opening session in terms of just welcoming me in. So, first and foremost, before I go far, my name is Steve Muli. I am the chairperson at KEPRO, been with KEPRO for the last 5 years, I think sitting in as one of the founders, together with the rest of the teams sitting here, the board of directors, Akshay here, maybe you can wave to the people, yeah, and the others as well, the other various board members. Maybe you can just lift up your hands to say hi to the teams. There, yeah. That's the KEPRO team around. Fantastic. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, for me, it gives me a great honor, yeah, to stand before you today as we mark the 3rd edition of KEPRO's annual Circular Packaging Conference. Before we begin, I would also like to give some recognition of some of our key personnel who are here. I think I would like to recognize our chief guest, Bwana Francis Mwangangi, that is a Deputy Governor of Machakos. Guys, give him a round of applause. We also have our chief guest speaker, yeah, Professor Judy Wakungu, former CS for Environment. Judy, it's a pleasure to have you here. I know she's just landed from the London. I think she's just coming with the morning flight, unless I'm wrong. You mentioned it. Fantastic. And she's made it for this event. Guys, we need to give her a hearty clap. Most people would say they are done with the day and they would like to relax. I would also want to make a big recognition to the regulator from NEMA, Professor Dr. Ayub Masharia, Director of Compliance. Definitely a great pleasure to have you here and happy to have you in this journey. I think it's a pleasure you've been with us all this time as well, working with us on this journey. As we say, we all are partners in sustainability. Yeah. So as I proceed also, all protocols observed, I also want to recognize, yeah, all of you who are here, the private sector players, yeah, development partners, D&I. I think I would also love to give you a clap. Yeah, Danish industry. I think they've been fantastic. Klaus has been here with us throughout this journey, and thanks for believing in us. Really appreciated. I think for us is to say also the private players, the academia who are here again, and of course you yourself being here tells a lot, that it means a lot to your space. And let's look forward on how we can take this journey to the next space. The gathering for me represents more than just just a tradition. It symbolizes our collaborative commitment in driving Kenya's transition towards a circular economy. Yeah. When the conference was first conceived, the idea was simple. Yeah. We had, yet powerful, to create a platform that brings together, yeah, experts, business leaders, policymakers, academia, and innovators to discuss and co-create solutions for sustainable packaging. Over the years, the vision has grown into a vibrant movement, yeah, over time, that has indulged knowledge with practice and turns dialogue into action. I think I loved what our MC mentioned, turning dialogue into action. I think most of the time we see people going for, conferences, meeting, and people say we are tired of conferences and generating policies. When do we ever see the action? So for me, this would be one powerful conference where I'm saying we have to see this action coming in, and we have to monitor this progress, because that is what adds up everything. All said and done, what are we going to do differently from today, from this conference? We can no longer shy away from the conversation about sustainability. It's not a passing trend, yeah, or an opinion for the few. It is an urgent necessity that defines how we live. Sustainability must be embedded in every dimension of our lives, in how businesses design their products, how governments craft policies, how communities engage with waste, and how individuals make everyday choices. I think that thing of everybody making their choices makes a very big difference. I know we've seen NEMA's notice on waste segregation. Once you generate waste, you normally have an option, yeah? Where to dispose it. Do you want to litter it off the car? Do you want to look for a bin? Do you want to wait and look for a bin that has been categorized as paper or plastic or general waste? Or, you have that choice. I think for us, we're playing with that powerful individual, the choice that we're going to make once you generate that waste. It will make a whole big difference when you talk about circularity. So let's see what choices we can make when we leave here today. At KEPRO, we remain steadfast in our mission to redefine waste, promote circularity, and create value where others see disposal. Through partnership, innovation, and the enforcement of the EPR, we continue to work towards a future where every package produced finds its way back into the value chain, reducing pollution, conserving resources, and protecting the environment for future generations. As we embark in this year's conference, let it serve as a call to action, a reminder that the shift to sustainable packaging is not just compliance, but commitment. Commitment to our planet, yeah, to our people, and to property that is both inclusive and enduring. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to officially open today's conference and these remarks, please join me to welcome our guests, the Deputy Governor of Machakos, is Honorable Francis Mwangangi, to officially open our session today. Karibu sana.
To the chair, Steve Molly, secretariat led by James, the rest of the team in the house, myself included, and Professor, I call her Waziri, Environment one time. I prepared together with my team from Machakos, a very brief speech, but Chair and Waziri and James, allow me to stand down that written thing. And like the late second president of the Republic of Kenya, I say as I see it, as I feel it, and as I hope for it to be. Is that agreeable? One time, I represented a constituency in Kenya, in the parliament. And I did not know Professor, other than her being the minister then. But we met as a result of what we are doing this morning. Few kilometers from here, within this Nairobi City County, is what President referred to yesterday as Nairobi River. That river takes almost 99% of its water through Machakos County. And that is how I met Professor and now Director, then as a Director General NEMA. Because I was concerned of the pollution from urban part of this part of the world downstream through Machakos. So when James, the CEO of KEPRO, invited me to this occasion, that came to my mind. And I want to say a lot of appreciations to each one of you, Chairman and your Secretariat, your colleagues in the board, for this undertaking. It is a journey, and there is a business, a huge business to be done. Please don't tire. Remain consistent on that role. What we started then to clean the rivers within the capital so that downstream is clean, that job is not yet done. An American, Martin Luther King, one time said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. We need to do authentic business. Personally, other than being who I am today in the public sector, I'm a businessman. Am I doing what I'm supposed to do? KEPRO, you are doing a good job. You don't know. The issue of clean environment, where we are living, where we are doing our business, is the interest of us all. Who doesn't love to be in a clean environment? Now, at county level, where I am, we have an organization called Council of Governors. And if we are not careful as a country, devolution was meant to bring services closer to people. But we need, as Professor then kept on saying, because that was the start of the devolution, and she was in the first cabinet that ensured structures within the county and all these regulatories, laws and policies had to be done and aligned with the new constitution, 2010 constitution, are in place for the counties to take off and the country to function. But again, the country relies on the business because it is the business where we generate revenues to run the country and the counties. So, Chairman and Professor CS, majority of the people here in this room are Kenyans. Everyone wants a devolution that functions. But we must also ensure we have policies, laws that ensure a win-win situation for businesses, for the country, for the counties, and everyone. I'm not sure that is what is happening. Without not deviating from the agenda, I was telling Mr. Mwendwa there, one of the board members, if you are doing business in Murang'a and you want to export your products through Mombasa, today you will be expected to pay cess in Murang'a County. You come to Kiambu County, you might be required to pay something. You come to Nairobi, you are expected also to comply, some compliance there. If you are transporting via Machakos, we also expect you to part with something in form of taxes, red tapes that have no help to anybody, yet it is the same country. These are some of the things, in my view, even when it comes to environment, we need to engage. We need to have business sector in place, national government leading us, and council of governors, so that within the shortest time possible, any of these unnecessary laws or policies that are entering business in this country can be done away with, and we have an effective, efficient systems and laws in place. Those are my thoughts. Finally, 1961, there was a president in US called J.F. Kennedy. As he was taking over the country during inauguration, he said, "You Americans, see into it that which you can do to the America as opposed to what America can do to you. If all of us, which I believe we are, put our country first in terms of the businesses we do, in terms of environment where we live, I am very sure that this country will be a very good country to live in." Allow me to introduce 1 minute, Chair, the team. I'm avoiding to say accompanied me, the team I accompanied. I accompanied them to this meeting because actually it is the one which pushed me to attend a meeting that produced my coming here today. We have Madam Sharon Mutua Mwasia. She's our minister in charge of youth and sports and immediate county minister in charge of business, trade in Machakos County. A Jay-Z, a very sharp one for that matter. Then we have Bruce Isika, is in charge, is a chief officer in a new ministry in charge of youth and sports. Then there is others. There are many others doing other things around. So that is the team, and I want to say at county level, I know through the Council of Governors, even in Machakos County, we are very keen and we are working collaboratively. Thank you, James, for this word, collaboratively. We are working to ensure we have friendly business. And by the way, Machakos County is the place to invest. If you want to go halfway, it's full. So the only places which is remaining is Machakos County, where we have the biggest east and central industrial area within East Africa. There is none other, but there is still a lot of space to invest. So when you come, environment-wise, this regulatory framework, you will find very friendly people, and we have a door policy. You remember, we have a mama around there as a governor, and is a product of business because she comes from the most industrialized and she's part of the business. In terms of environment, I've seen we have been meeting our business executives in a quarterly manner to address some of these hurdles, to address what is this the county can do to ensure ease of doing business, improve on environment, improve on cleanliness, and ensure our businesses are good. So that is the place to be. I did not come here to market Machakos County, but I'm just telling you, for those who are intending to expand and you are not already in Machakos, that is the place to be. That is the place to invest. So allow me to stop there and say we'll continue engaging. And this engagement, Chairman, I'm very happy. We are talking about implementation of these policies. We are ready to go. We are ready, more than ready. At the Council of Governors, I lead the Deputy Governors Forum. And there are different committees. Next time you have these gems, let's talk early enough. And I will get you, if not the chairman of Council of Governors, I'll get you the chairperson in charge of the relevant departments to come here so that we can engage, so that this business community seated here can have very easy in doing business in respective counties. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I think we saw the passion, the clarity of thought. Let us give him a better round of applause. I think, thank you very much, James and Steve, for giving us the clarity and understanding of what KEPRO does and the achievements that we've been able to get so far. I think one big one that is coming out is the public-private partnerships, especially for waste management and circular economy. And we've established strategic partnerships, including with the National Environment Complaints Committee, NEC. And it's my pleasure to recognize Madam Mary Njogu, the CEO of NEC. Just wave to us. Fantastic. Now it is indeed my humble pleasure to invite our chief guest to give her remarks and officially open this forum. Professor Judy Wakongo, EGH. We know you have a very beautiful CV, and so please welcome former Waziri to stage. A round of applause, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, please be seated. The chief guest, His Excellency Honorable Francis Mwangangi, my friend from a long time ago, and also the Deputy Governor of Machakos County, the Chair of the KEPRO Board of Directors, good morning to you, the KEPRO CEO, and members of the KEPRO and distinguished partners and friends. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here today because of a journey that started not in a boardroom, but in the belief that a nation's economic prosperity and the health of its environment are not opposing forces, but two sides of the same coin. In other words, people, planet, and progress are two sides of the same coin. It is an honor to stand with you, the architects of the next chapter of the journey. My history with the journey is well known. We started with Article 42 of the Constitution, which is expounded in Article 69 of the Constitution 2010, and also the famous Gazette Notice of 2356 of 2017. And my former colleagues of NEMA are well represented here today. to know what this journey actually meant, not only for us, but for Kenya and for the planet. This conference speaks deeply to my heart and to the journey I have been privileged to be part of. This journey began decades ago when environmental conservation in Kenya was still seen as a concern by a few passionate individuals. In fact, back then we were called activists, and activists was a negative term, and some of you are here. The conversation on sustainability was more of an aspiration rather than a structured agenda that we have today. But as I look around this room, I see an ecosystem of partners, manufacturers, policymakers, researchers, and young innovators. And we are here united by a shared purpose to build an architecture of a circular economy that thrives on responsibility, it thrives on innovation, and it thrives on the partnership. Please clap for yourselves. When we began engaging with industry stakeholders, even before 2017, the task was arduous. It was very hard. I remember, and you know that the industry and the industrial complex in this country is very powerful. When we began this journey, I used to be reported to that house on the hill. And some of you are here, I've recognized those of you that used to report me, but you're here with us today. Yes, laugh loudly, I know you. Back then, we were grappling with how to strike a balance between economic growth and environmental stewardship. I recall the intense consultations between the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources, led at that time in my capacity by NEMA, and the manufacturers, as we sought common ground on addressing the growing challenge of plastic pollution. The discussions were instrumental in laying the foundation for one of Kenya's most defining environmental milestones. The 2017 ban on single-use plastic bags. Ladies and gentlemen, I am alive. I am alive to talk about it today. And my NEMA team is very well represented here. We know what we went through. That bold step signified more than a policy shift. It was a cultural shift. It was visceral to the people and to the globe. Kenya today remains the international standard of what single-use plastic ban means. Ayub, stand up, and please stand up, Ayub. Thank you. It was a declaration that Kenya was ready to lead Africa and the world in redefining its relationship with waste, its relationship with materials, and its core relationship with the environment. We proved that political will, backed by industrial innovation, can turn the tide, and indeed we did. We showed that a ban is not an end, but it is a beginning. Today, as we stand here, the extended producer responsibility model, embodied by organizations like KEPRO. KEPRO is the lead, and I can assure you, KEPRO is a global standard, and we continue to carry that vision forward. KEPRO people, please stand up. Don't be shy. You're leading the world. You're leading the world. You're leading the world, and I say this as an expert. This conference, therefore, is just not another event on the sustainability calendar. It is a continuation of that journey, a reaffirmation that circularity is not a trend, but a transformation that requires collaboration amongst partners, regulators, and citizens. It demands investment in research, it demands investment in infrastructure, and also it demands our own personal behavioral change. And it celebrates innovation as a driver of both economic growth and environmental restoration. As someone who has witnessed Kenya's environmental policy evolution, from the drafting of the National Environment Policy, to the strengthening of NEMA, to the implementation of bans and frameworks that have inspired other nations, I can confidently say that our success has always stemmed from partnerships built on trust, built on evidence, and built on the shared responsibility that we together celebrate today. KEPRO's work in bringing producers together under one umbrella, promoting sustainable packaging solutions and nurturing circular business models is exactly the kind of leadership that Kenya needs now. It's not only Kenya needs now, it is what the globe, what the world needs now. It shows that the private sector is not a bystander in environmental protection, but that the private sector is a key driver of circular transformation. As we convene here today at this third annual KEPRO conference, I challenge us to see used package not as trash at the end of its life, but as a passport for new beginnings. Let us design not for the landfill, but for the infinite loop of circularity. Let us see sustainability not as a line cost item. Industrialists, you're listening. It's not a line cost item, but it is a down payment on our collective future, an investment in a resilient Kenya that grows not just economically, but sustainably, inclusively, and circularly. Thank you very much indeed, and I'm indeed privileged to open this conference, and I wish you productive deliberations. Thank you very much indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, a better round of applause for Professor Judy Wakongo. So a fun fact you didn't know about Professor is that she's a trailblazer in geology and STEM. She was the first woman geologist in Kenya's Ministry of Energy and Regional Development, and the first female petroleum geologist to serve at the National Oil Corporation of Kenya. A better round of applause. So not only is she leading in environmental matters, she's also leading in DEI, diversity and inclusion, and showing our females and our young ladies that they can really thrive in the STEM industry. So thank you very much. You're a trailblazer, and we thrive based on all the foundations you've set for us. Thank you. Now, I believe everyone has a phone. Kila mtu ako na simu? Uko na simu? If you have a phone, raise it up in there. I'm not taking it, I promise. So the digital team is going to show us how we will log into something called mentimeter.com. The conference is officially open. If you're close, you can scan it. If you're not, you go online and go to Google and put in www.menti.com. You will be prompted to put in a code, and the code is right there. Are we together? Is anyone struggling? Menti.com. Enter the code. The code is 33039193. If you're struggling, just raise your hand and we're here to help you. Is everyone in? Imagine, respond. Is everyone in? Okay. Let's give you a few seconds. So once you're in, you'll see some questions. Please respond to those questions. In your understanding, what is circular packaging? Please don't Google, just give from the heart. What is circular packaging? Something short and sweet. Reusable, short and sweet indeed. Recycling, recyclables. Sustainable, recyclable. Packaging that is reusable. No idea, there you go. Packaging that can be reused or recycled. No idea, we will help you. By the end of this, you will have all the ideas. Packaging that isn't used once and thrown away. Packaging that can be repurposed. Packaging designed to be recycled, used over and over again, rather than for landfill. Those are really good responses. Zero waste. Now we're getting technical. Guys, there's someone who has no idea. Let's be simple. 3 R's. What are 3 R's? Will we learn that today, the 3 R's? Recyclable, maintaining packaging life, reuse, packaging that can be reused, recycling, compostable. All right, keep them coming, keep them coming. I see we all have the basic general idea. We can now move to the next question, if there is one. What are your expectations from this conference? Honest and candid, what are your expectations from this conference? So that at the end of the day, we want to assess, have we really met your expectations? Learn and vibes, I love it. Networks, learn challenges and opportunities, learn and network, collaboration, action on mind shift, eye-opening, more knowledge, networking. Networking, understand the progress made in EPR implementation in Kenya. We have Nema, he will give us all that information in a bit. Can we see some more? Engage and multiply the momentum on EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility, to learn more on sustainable waste management. Market access, we'll double click on that. Market access at the county, national level, across the country, we'll talk about that some more. Exposure. So I think we are set. We have a good program that will answer most of your expectations, and we see that we do have experts in the room. And so we'll now move into our first panel session of the day. And it is my pleasure first to tell you that the topic of this session is from awareness to action. Today we're all about action. We're not just talking shop. Consumer behavior as the engine of EPR success. And this session will be led by Akshay Shah. He is the Group Executive Director of SEAL Africa and a KEPRO board member. A round of applause for him as he comes up.
Thanks, Watera. Okay, so as I come up, I'll just do a quick intro. I've spent about 32 years in making sustainable plastic packaging across Africa. And also, as Watera mentioned, I've served on the board as the chair of KEPRO, also on the board of the YPO Global Plastics Network as the board chair, and also on the steering committee of the Kenya Plastics Pact. So plastic is near and dear to me. Some people joke that if they check my blood, there is some plastic in there, which I think is now believable because of microplastics. I'd like to introduce my panel. So first, I'd like to invite, sorry, let me make sure I get all the names right. Mary Kaluki. So Mary, please come up and take the chair in the middle. Could someone help with moving these chairs in so that we're kind of facing the audience. So Mary represents the private sector. She's in the tea industry, and she knows the consumer, which you will shortly know why that is important to our panel. Then I'd like to introduce Dr. Innocent Tumbewaze. So Dr. Innocent is representing academia and research, and he has spent most of his professional career in understanding human behavior, what motivates people to do what they do. Feel free to give them a round of applause as they come up. You can encourage them. Next up is Jacob Nukuri. Jacob is representing the media and communication sector. And we all know that social media is sort of dominating everybody's minds. Even right now, some of you might be on it, which I will encourage. And earlier in the morning, we were talking with Jacob about the role of dopamine in getting people to be motivated to do what they do. And so we'll also be learning a little bit about how does that play in getting people to drive the momentum around EPR. And saving the best for the last, Peter Kitavi. Peter is representing community and civic engagement. Okay. I think I'm going to hand over this mic to one of you. Do you all have a mic there? Right. Let me just give this to Mary. Okay, so as we get started, the topic of this panel is about people. And the question I think the panel would like to try and convince you is that people are the engine that drives EPR. But first of all, what is EPR? Extended producer responsibility is a mechanism that is executed through a producer responsibility organization. I'm sure those words meant nothing to 90% of the people in the room. So let me explain it in a different way. EPR is like Robin Hood for the environment. You all know the story of Robin Hood, who would take the money from the rich and give it to the poor. What we are doing at KEPRO is take money from the packaging users, the brands that use packaging to sell their product in the market, and then we are giving it to the waste management operators, the companies and the individuals that collect, sort, and recycle that waste so that it becomes raw material for the manufacturers. So think about that. KEPRO is a Robin Hood for the environment. What is the role of people in this equation? So first of all, I'd like to ask all of you a question. If you are a waste producer, please stand up. If you are a waste producer, please stand up. Okay. Anybody who is not standing up is probably a monk who is living in a monastery and not consuming anything. Thank you. You can all sit down. So you get the idea. If we are a waste producer, and we all are in this room, then we have a responsibility for the waste that we produce. And that is the role of all of us. And so by the end of this panel, I'm going to ask all of you to think about a commitment that you will make, either as an individual or as the organization that you represent, and declare that commitment publicly. What are you going to do about driving Kenya towards circularity? It could be yourself, your family, your company, your sector, your country. What are you going to do to help Kenya move towards a circular future? And post that on your social media platform of choice with the hashtag KEPRO Conference 2025. The reason I'm asking you to make this commitment public is because when you declare it, others will follow you. So be the role model. Great. Now let's get into the panel. The first question is about motivating and building trust. So my question, I'll start with Innocent right there at the end. As we think about motivating and building trust among the consumers, the waste producers who are all here, and those outside of this hotel, what really inspires people to take responsibility for their waste, and how do they stay motivated and multiply their impact?
Thank you very much, dearest moderator. I'm Innocent Tumwevas again from the African Population and Health Research Center, based here in Nairobi, but we also have another office in West Africa. So when it gets to what motivates people when it comes to aspects of behavior, we need to understand that our behaviors are driven by a lot of factors, so many factors. They can be health-related factors, they can be attitudinal-related kind of factors, the belief system, what you believe in. They can be related to the norms which are around the society you live with. They can be related to the enabling kind of aspects of the environment. So there are so many, but we need to know what is this one factor that we can build on that can influence our behaviors from the different lenses. Like I've said, there is health, for example. We are always conscious about our health. So what drives our health from the West side? If we know that by disposing plastics in our environment or polythene bags are destructive to both the environment but also your health in terms of pollution, in terms of microplastics, then you're more likely to be conscious. But some also driven by the economy, by the motivations, the rewards. So what does it take me to put in an effort to make sure that I'm recycling or I'm rightly segregating my waste so that it can easily be taken and reused for another purpose? So if, for example, I brought a bottle to KEPRO, or I brought a bottle to the manufacturer, or to where I bought that water from, what's the reward? In some countries, they give you a penny, but it's motivating. Or even thank you can be motivating for one to make an effort. Or if there are systems in place, knowing that, well, I've segregated this, but it's going to be taken away in a segregated form. You're motivated to segregate, then segregate, and after everything is just put back together. Or you segregate and it's never collected. So those are all great insights. If I'm in a community where everyone is practicing the practice, I come to this environment and everyone is conscious about their waste. They're collecting their waste, they're segregating their waste, they're reusing the kind of products, of plastics they're producing, then I'm going to be taken up by this culture. So there are different drivers, and we need to know these drivers so that we get to harness them. We know the parental principle, where you have 20 out of 100%, the 80. 20 matters. So what is this one driver, either from the health perspective, or from the economic perspective, or from the society perspective, or from the individual perspective that I can build on to create change and sustain it? So, and I think these are things we need to reflect on. Always when we start initiatives, you need to know the different needs among the doers, those who practice the behavior, and those who don't practice it, and what is driving this, so that we can use it as a stepping stone for both individual and collective change behaviors. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary?
Well, good morning, everyone. I would start by giving a small story of myself. I started having a passion of circular economy where I didn't know about circular economy in 2013. When I was boarding a public PSV vehicle, and when we take soda, we take all that stuff of kind of foods, you just open the window and just throw everything outside. Then I went to school, I was doing environmental classes, and I realized that I didn't have a sense of environment because we were just throwing things without knowing who is gonna clean for you, who is going to clean the mess that you have left it outside. So from that time, I really stopped throwing things until today on the window. I don't. I carry them, my bag becomes the dustbin. If there is no dustbin, my car or my bag becomes the dustbin. And I'm seeing that currently we are supposed to have policy in place to ensure that we motivate people, train them to understand how are we supposed to ensure that our environment is left clean. Because everybody should take accountability. I know most of us who are in Kenya, when you hear about environment, everybody thinks about NEMA. So it is NEMA who are supposed to go and clean the environment and make sure everything is okay, because of course we pay levies that they normally inflict on us, isn't it? So it is a responsibility of all stakeholders in small families, you as a person, our children, our organizations. We are supposed to ensure that we create policy in place and motivate people, because they should know that whenever we damage our environment, that people will not have it anymore in the future. They should know, why are we doing this and why are we not doing this? And then everybody will be motivated to do the right thing. I am a Kaizen practitioner. I'm trained to do things right at the first time. Having my own 5-year-old child, he's aware that he's not supposed to throw things anywhere. So when you will see him running around with a paper asking, where can I put this one? Where can I put this one? Can we begin even to speak to our children and ensure that they know from home to school, to colleges, to the marketplaces, and then we motivate. We make sure everybody is motivated and we build trust in these people to ensure that our environment is, all the people understand what is circular economy. I think as KEPRO, we have a lot of work to do to ensure that everybody, when they hear circular economy, they understand what is circular economy. So in a nutshell, we should ensure that people understand about health. How are the plastics affecting our health? How will they affect microorganisms in the soil? How will we be affected if we don't take responsibility? Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. Jacob?
Good morning. My name is Jacob. And for me, just moving away from policy, and because policy is good. Do we agree? Because policies, helps, just how people, operate and do all that stuff. But for me, it's about individual responsibility, as mentioned, that as much as we have policy, what is the responsibility of each individual in terms of waste management, and being able to find ways on how can we be able to put that message across to the public so that they can be able to understand that, at the end of the day, if I'm able to keep my environment clean, then I'm contributing towards making the larger environment a better place for everyone to stay. So I think policy is good, but ultimately individual responsibility plays a very big role in terms of how we can be able to make the ecosystem look better. And the other bit, I think, mentioned by my Daktari there, is about incentives. How are we able to incentivize or give incentives to people to be able to encourage responsibility? Because I'm sure the media and everybody has done enough to create awareness about being able to dispose of waste in a proper manner. But again, if you're able to give them incentives, then you're able to move that stone from one, just the normal way, you're creating awareness, but helping people, to be able to do, take the responsibility better and dispose of waste in a better way.
Thanks, Jacob. Patrick?
Fellow waste producers, good morning. My name is Kitabi Peter, and I represent a beautiful community of anyone who lives, works, and plays in Kilimani to experience three things: community, better quality of life, and self-governance. I'm pretty sure if I ask anyone in the room what the problem with Kenya is, I'll get a lot of answers. If I ask anyone here in this room what the problem with waste in Kenya is, pretty sure I'm going to get a lot of answers. When you narrow it down to ask two follow-up questions: one, what can be done about it? And the second one, how are you playing a role to it? I'm pretty sure the answers are going to get minimum or limited. And I think one of the best ways that we can do, Aksha, is to change the narrative, really, to see that for us to be part of the solution, I'd rather to communicate to anyone around that you are part of the solution. If you want a clean environment, I need to be part of the solution. And I think this is one of the agendas that we really push at the Community Foundation, to let every neighbor know it's not NEMA's responsibility. NEMA is doing what they can, but I have a responsibility to keep my apartment clean, my estate clean, my road clean, anywhere, my kids' school clean, anywhere around myself. I have a personal responsibility to take it up upon myself and be part of the solution instead of being part of the problem.
Thanks a lot. So in the first round, as we talk about motivating and building trust, I think the key lessons here are that you're all leading by personal example, whether it is from childhood or whether it is through understanding people at a community level or leveraging media. I think the other big thing was the principle of what's in it for me. And what's in it for me, for some people, might be about money. For some people, it might be social recognition. For some people, it might be just being a good role model. So thank you. I think those are some really good insights. Let's move on to the second round. And the second round is really about empowering and including communities. So you guys are, as an individual, you're doing a great job. But tell us what is working on the ground in the sector or the area or the organization that you represent. When it comes to consuming or maybe reducing overconsumption, segregating, rewarding, and motivating people from all walks of life. So one really powerful practical example that is working on the ground. So let's start with Peter, and then we'll go the other way.
So what's working to make, working on the ground to make segregation easy?
So when it comes to making people responsible for their waste, it can start with, first of all, not consuming stuff that is not needed, right? Like that's the starting point. But once you've consumed, then the next step is to segregate it, right, in the right place. And then, of course, it is the job of the waste collection, sorting, and recycling value chain to deal with that. So as a consumer, what is being done practically that works to reduce unnecessary consumption and to increase segregation of that waste?
Right, so I can talk about two things that we do as a foundation. One is really working with schools a lot. Because from the base ground, if you get a child, before they become a teenager, before they become an active waste producer like we are, if you start teaching them from a very young age, you separate waste, you segregate at a very young age, you dispose glass into one segment, plastic on the other, and the like, they get to hammer it down into their minds. So even when they grow up, they're able to appreciate it. Second is a continuous, never-ending civic education, educating people the importance and the risks rather associated with compiling all your waste together into one. So constantly civically educating people. Green represents this, orange represents this, yellow represents this. Yeah.
I'd like to push a little bit more on that. So when you say civic education, to me it's a bit theoretical. Give us a practical example. How does civic education work in real life?
So we work a lot with residents, estates and apartments in Kilimani. And what we get to do through WhatsApp groups and working with the representatives of the different apartments, residents associations within Kilimani as well, we get to constantly push them and ask them, hey, are you segregating your waste as well? And then every month we meet at Kilimani Primary School, where we get to partner with different recycling firms, and we encourage our community members, now that you've separated your waste at home, please bring them over for you to recycle them. So you can see residents come over, open up, pop up their booths, and they're able to bring out recycled clothes, glasses, plastic, and the like, and they get to even involve their children in doing the same thing as well. Yeah.
I love that. I love that. As you were explaining it, I was thinking, you know, in Nairobi, we have the Friday Maasai markets, right? Once in a month, there are several places like Shamba where they have the farmers market. This sounds like a monthly recyclers market, right? And it would be amazing to see these recyclers markets popping up everywhere across the country where communities can bring their waste along with their children.
And can I say, it breaks my heart that we only get to do this once every month. I wish we could be doing it every week. But even despite doing it once every month, we're able to recycle 2 tons of waste every month.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the journey of 1,000 steps starts with 1 step. That's great. Thank you. Jacob, one practical real-life example.
For me, I think I'll use, similar to what Mary shared, is because over time I've learned that if I throw waste outside, you know, maybe a moving vehicle or dispose it where it's not supposed to be disposed, then there's a ripple effect to the community or the place I'm staying. And for me, what I've done is just to ensure that I'm collecting that waste and placing it where it's supposed to be. In the estate I stay, there isn't that bit of segregation to know different kind of waste where they're supposed to be disposed of, but at least we know in the community people will come and collect that waste and go and dispose it off. But again, I think maybe just to speak to that and looking around again, that is not happening a lot because not everyone is doing what, I'll say, of course, I'm not a saint, is doing exactly what other people are doing in terms of disposing waste. Most people are still doing, throwing that in the waste the way they want to do it. And I think it's, and when we were talking earlier, I said, most of us who are millennials high, good. I think it will take us time before we get to a point where we know we can appreciate the need for us to dispose of waste, you know, in the correct manner. And messages that we continue consuming, you know, because we were used to not doing that. But again, looking at my children right now, if, for example, you're traveling and they're eating stuff in the vehicle, I'll tell them not to dispose, to throw out that out of the window, and they'll listen. But growing up, we never had that opportunity to be told, don't do this. You know, we're just throwing stuff out there. And over time, I think that has become part of our culture, which Dr. was talking earlier, that, you know, culture really dictates how we behave, how we do things, and how we've been brought up makes us, you know, do things the way we do things. And the best thing that we can do is to encourage people to take, you know, that initiative to be able to do what is right. And that is disposing of waste in the correct manner. And in terms of media, I think the best way is to continuous, you know, packaging of media content that can help the public know, you know, what is right and what is wrong. Yes.
Thanks, Jacob. Obviously, creating this cultural shift either can come from a childhood experience like Mary had when she was in the Matatu, but for most people, they may not be as lucky to have that experience, right? So that it becomes a part of their intrinsic way of looking at waste. Earlier in the morning, you were telling me that 50% of Kenyans are on social media, right, with some smartphone devices. The other 50% are not on social media. They're essentially receiving information probably through radio or news or just word of mouth. How is the media sector in Kenya making an impact on cultural shift to that other 50%? Because I think social media, we can beat that drum, you know, we can talk about the dopaminic effect of social media, which can lead to the right motivation or wrong. But what about the other 50%?
The 50% that is not, and all of us can agree, you know, if you look at the number of people who are online in Kenya, we are at least, when on a daily basis, it's around 25 and thereabout, 25 million thereabout. And the rest, as Akshay, sorry, puts it, is that the rest are receiving that information third hand. And what the media does, media shapes perspectives, media shapes narratives. And if you're not careful on the content that is coming out of the media, then we run a risk of just consuming content that is not factual. And the best way to bring change and to bring shifts in terms of how people are consuming this content is to have success stories. What are these success stories that people are sharing that have worked before? Dr. When Professor, when she was speaking earlier, she's talked about the single-use plastic. And right now, I think growing up, the millennials again, we grew up with plastics, but at the moment you cannot see plastic. That's a success story. It tells you that over time, if a story is told over time and consistently told over time, and people are told to encourage to be able to pick up a certain habit, then they'll be able to change their attitudes and even ways on how they deal with issues around waste management. So I think for me, it's just picking on success stories that we can tell to help people change their behavior about an issue.
Thanks. That's a great response. Mary, over to you. What is your one practical example?
Yes, I'm going to talk in terms of in tea sector. What we have done, we have segregation of waste segregation stations where we have color-coded bins, and we segregate waste in terms of biodegradable, and that biodegradable is used in biomass and fuel. It can be used to generate fuel. And then we have a station for glasses, we have a station for plastics, and these plastics we have partnership with Mr. Green Africa, and we have people in between who normally come to collect, who are licensed by NEMA. They collect and they are taken to Mr. Green Africa for recycling. So I think that is one of the things that we have done. When we look at Unilever, what has happened is that they have come up with stations in towns where they have put their color-coded bins where people are collecting waste and putting it where it's supposed to be. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. This idea of segregation through color-coded bins reminds me of a conversation that we were actually having at NEMA. This might have been maybe a few months ago, and we were talking about the idea of having, various, whatever it was, 3 colors, 4 colors. And I brought up the point that actually the best color for the bin or the garbage bag should be black. Why? Because when you're making that bin or garbage bag from plastic, any color can be made into black. But any color cannot be made into green, blue, yellow, or whatever, right? It's just the way the material works. So a practical example of what could be really good for Kenya is having all our garbage bins and all our garbage bags to be black, and then print the color of whatever it is. So if it's, let's say, blue for recyclable plastic or something, then write recyclable plastic in blue. Print that onto the bin or the bag, which makes it very easy for people to understand color. I'm colorblind, so I would need to read the plastic on it so that I know that I need to put plastic in this thing. But the basic takeaway is that as we think about practical solutions, so that whatever we're coming up with does not actually backfire in true circularity. So thanks for bringing that up. Innocent.
Yeah, I come in with different aspects. So on one hand, for example, we've been working so much with Kisumu County government on issues around solid waste management. And to us, we bring in evidence from the institutional perspective on how to recycle waste into different world kind of avenues, and also how to provide evidence to guide our government kind of policies. At the individual level, if you come home, whatever you eat within my compound will be the result of our wastewater, for example, being reused like the whole system to produce my vegetables at home. And also, if you come to our living space, all the artistic kind of products from waste, like plastics or even polythenes, are the products of our children making some, again, recycled materials. So, and then the other aspect, we do engagements with the communities. So we talk of knowledge, we encourage waste, but one of our aspects was, again, how to produce energy from the waste. And here we are looking at fecal matter, but we had to start with biogas from, organic products, and then from there went to biotoilets. And then the community appreciates actually what we consider waste can be wealth. So these go with practical kind of examples, really, from the different kind of spaces. And like I said, you also need the enabling environment. So you have both individual, but you also have collective responsibilities where the whole circularity comes into perspective. Thank you.
All right, great. So the key things I'm picking up from this round was really, one is like making it so that you're engaging the children, right? Whether it is at school or whether it is, the parents taking their children to the recyclers market day. It seems like if children are motivated at an early age, they will become like Mary, and they will take responsibility for their waste no matter where they are. The second thing was success stories. So figuring out which are the success stories that motivate people, to Innocent's point, and then how to disseminate these success stories, because not everybody is on social media. And the last thing was to make it easy to segregate. So all great, amazing things. For the last round, my request to all of our panelists, and this is now also all of you, you become part of the panel, right? So take out your mobile phone, go to your favorite social media app, and share, and I'm asking the panelists to do that as well, so please take out your mobile phone. And then what I'm going to ask all of you is to read out what you've posted, okay? Everybody else, we will see what you've posted on your social media later on, but are you ready? Yes, you have your social media app open and ready? So put in the hashtag #KEPRO Conference 2025, all right? Start with that, #KEPRO Conference 2025, and then start with writing a commitment. What is your commitment? And you can think about your commitment as you as an individual, or you as the organization you represent, or you as a citizen of Kenya. Whichever role you would like to take, what is the one commitment that you're making today that you would like the world to see that is going to help Kenya become a circular nation? All right? And I'll just give everyone a few moments. And while you're doing that, I'm going to read what I've written on my LinkedIn. So my commitment through my company, Seal Africa, is to drive EPR and circularity in Kenya by ensuring a 160% increase in the use of recycled plastics to manufacture new plastic packaging that is 100% recyclable and, where possible, can be reusable and returnable at scale. So I put a number there, 160% increase from where we are today. Actually, I should have added over the next 5 years, but I will update it. So it becomes a SMART goal, as I'm sure you all know what a SMART goal is. All right, do we have any of my panelists ready to declare their commitment?
I think I can go first.
All right.
I think the role of the media, and this is a commitment I'm making, is to I'll ensure that the media continues to educate, continues to engage, and finally to empower the communities on responsible waste management and the circular economy.
Great. Thank you, Jacob. Looks like Peter, you're ready?
Yes. My commitment on behalf of community is to be inspired by the story of the little hummingbird, the famous story by Wangari Maathai. And if you don't know it, I encourage you to check it out. That you know that the little that you can't do goes a long way and makes a huge, huge difference in shifting the trajectory to the next level, really. So that next year we can't be talking about the same thing and the year after that. And a good practical example, as my colleague has mentioned, is you know, I want you to picture it. You're in a car seated in traffic, and the car next to you, someone lowers their window, throws in their yogurt container or their water bottle, and raises it up. You're still in traffic, 5 seconds. What do? You know, you can either curse this person, you know, look at this one, you know, or any other non-decent words that follow up. You can actually just walk up and knock on this door and say, hey, please pick up your trash, you know, because this thing is as personal as it gets. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Mary, why don't you go ahead?
Yes, I'm going to read as I posted on my LinkedIn. My personal commitment is to champion a culture of responsible production and consumption within the industries I serve, ensuring that every process from packaging to product use contributes to a cleaner, regenerative system. I'll continue to advocate for consumer education, support segregation and recycling at source if possible, and promote partnerships that can close the loop between the producers, consumers, and recyclers. Through the Kaizen spirit of continuous improvement, I commit to turning sustainability from a project into a daily practice, one decision, one action, and one partnership at a time.
Thank you, Mary. All right, Innocent.
As the African Population and Health Research Center, we remain committed to generating evidence that is meant to drive our policies, our initiatives towards a circular economy where we have everyone, every member's life transformed into making recycling, reuse, and reduction a practice and a norm for a better Kenya. Thank you.
Fantastic. So please give the panel a big round of applause. I saw the time thing, and it time's up. That means we can't answer the questions. But what I'd like is if someone can take a photo of the questions, and then my request is the KEPRO team, let's answer these questions on our KEPRO LinkedIn page, all right? So that we will make sure that no question goes unanswered, but let's kind of do that online. And you can also go to the KEPRO LinkedIn page to ask additional questions, and we'll try to answer it right there, all right? So thank you very much, Peter, Jacob, Mary, Innocent, yes?
Yes, just one thing. I would like to encourage every participant who is here today. Kindly, when we are applauding, let's just do it once. That's a Kaizen practitioner. When you do many, it doesn't add value. Can we try? can we try once? Let's be ready. Let's appreciate. That's enough. Don't need to do twice.
That's great. That's great. All right. Well, Innocent, I think, yeah, okay, last word from Innocent, and then...
Well, I was going to say, really requesting for one or two questions would have been better. Well, we're past time, but yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I did a bad job at moderating the panel, so we didn't leave any time for Q&A. But as the questions are coming up on the KEPRO LinkedIn page, feel free to answer them as well. Yeah? Okay. Please, everyone, one clap for the panel. Thank you very much. Oh, a photo, all right.
Thank you very much to the first panel. A big round of applause. I think we've kicked off well. Oh, sorry. One one clap. Kaizen. There you go. We have learned, Mary. I apologize. So I think that was a really, really good session because it just brought home the conversation that the responsibility is with us. There's no other person, it's with us. So the minute you realize that, you'll do your best to avoid waste within your homestead, within your community. And KEPRO actually launched a consumer-led transformation program called My Waste, My Responsibility. How fitting, right? It is your waste, isn't it? Yeah, so it's your responsibility, and you should also learn ways in which you should protect the environment and ensure that your waste is disposed appropriately. We have some presentations, and I hope the team is close by to come and give us presentations linked to this panel session. And first on board is Vincent Amoy from Kara. Vincent. Welcome, Sana. Vincent, you have 5 minutes to tell us what Kara is and link it to what we are talking about, taking personal responsibility of your waste. A round of applause for him.
Good morning, everybody. So, Mr. Judy Wakungu, our chief guest, His Excellency Mr. Francis Mwangangi, the Deputy Governor, Chairman KEPRO, Mr. Steve, the CEO of KEPRO, and all delegates, good morning. My name is Vincent Amoy. I'm a Programs Officer at the Kenya Alliance of Resident Associations, in short, KARA. So I'm just here to share practical experience on what we have been doing on the ground as KARA, from, as the topic was saying, from awareness to action. So as KARA, we have been doing more of awareness on waste segregation, but also on practice. So I'm just here to share with you what we did on a pilot project on waste segregation. Okay. So we did a pilot on model estates on waste segregation. So I'll just go briefly on the background. So as you know, we have made policy and legal frameworks on waste management. So additionally, counties have also developed these policies. And just to make it clear, as KARA back in 2015, we supported some counties to establish some of these policy and legal frameworks, particularly in Nairobi County. And that is a journey that we started together with the Kenya Association of Manufacturers to help Nairobi County to develop its Solid Waste Management Act. And also through that, we also worked with 11 other counties, working together with the Kenya Association of Manufacturers to support them to come up with the legal frameworks. This stemmed out from the challenges that we were receiving from our members, being a membership organization. So KARA basically is a membership organization bringing together the resident associations across the country. And our mission is to empower them to transform the neighborhoods through inspire social actions so that we can improve the quality of lives in every neighborhood across the country. Okay. So we can move to the next slide. Okay, so last year we partnered with the Danish Environmental Protection Agency, that is DEPA, and the Royal Danish Embassy in Kenya through the Strategic Sector Cooperation on Circular Economy and Environment. This is a partnership between the Danish Royal Embassy and the Government of Kenya on issues of circular economy and environment. So we were selected by the embassy to support them in conducting a pilot on waste segregation. So just to support the government in terms of implementation of the Sustainable Waste Management Act 2024 that was passed. So to see if this can be done at the neighborhood level, particularly the issues of waste segregation. So just go back a bit. So this pilot involved us working with at least 85 households in 3 counties. So we had Nairobi, whereby we worked with Ngei Phase 2 Estate in Langata, And also in Nakuru, we worked with Kiamunyi and Kivumbini estates and Old Town Estate in Mombasa County. So before we started the project, we had a stakeholder engagement whereby we held sessions with the county government officials from these counties and also the estate leaders of this estate and the waste service providers, just to bring them into this project so that we can create awareness to the residents on issues of waste segregation. So we started with the baseline study, which was carried out at the beginning of the exercise to determine the knowledge and waste management and to identify the waste management practices that were currently ongoing in these estates. So next slide. So from the study, we found out that the highest level of awareness on the act that was passed by the government was in Nairobi at Ngei Phase 2 Estate, which was at 60%. And then Kiamunyi and Old Town Estate, it was at 60 and 16%. So in NEMA, you can see that awareness levels are still low, particularly on awareness of this act. And majority of houses were disposing about 7 to 10 kgs, that is in Nairobi. And in Mombasa, it was about 4 to 14 kgs, and Kiamunyi 2 to 14 kgs, that is per week, waste per week. So from the study that we held, so we did the capacity building workshops to bridge the knowledge gaps, particularly on issues of the Waste Management Act and what were the responsibilities of the residents on issues of waste management at the household level. So thereafter, we were able to give the participating households the waste bins to support them in the segregation. That is the blue bin for the dry waste, and then the green for the wet waste. And also there was the bin liders that were issued. So can go to the next slide. So the final outcome of this exercise was the development of a set of guidelines of household waste segregation, which could be adapted and applied to neighborhoods, and also adopted by neighborhood associations across the county. So these draft guidelines were submitted to NEMA for review and adoption. I think Ayub is here. He can update us on whether these draft guidelines for segregation of waste at household levels have been developed or have been adopted. So in a nutshell, that is what as CARA we were able to do at the ground, just bringing into action to see that this waste segregation at household level, it can be done. So, because we have seen households adopting it through awareness creation, and we need to encourage more resident associations working together, bringing all the stakeholders, KEPRO, resident associations, and community groups together so that we can enhance issues of waste management. So because of time, I'll stop there. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Vincent. Really hearty round of applause. I think you're doing commendable work. I'm surprised Kilimani is not there, but it was a pilot. There's work in progress. I think there's a lot of opportunities for resident associations. We saw also Machakos is not there. So network, I think by the time you leave here, if you get 20% of us on board, we'll have pushed the needle much, much further. I'd now like to invite Benson Abila, the CEO of MTACA, to quickly give us his presentation. 5 minutes, kindly.
Good morning. I'll ride on the protocols established. My name is Benson Abila, the CEO of MTACA, and mine is just really to emphasize perhaps some of the things that have happened in Kisumu as well, and to appreciate the progress that we're making here. Okay, one sec. All right, so ideally MTACA is a tech-integrated waste management and recycling enterprise that is integrating technology into the whole ecosystem. So an end-to-end solution so that then we're able to make recycling very possible. So my presentation is quite simple. So it's a component about, of course, scaling awareness, digital traceability, and enhancing collaboration, and looking at behavior data and technology for circular waste management. So I'll sort of compress what has happened in Kisumu, but this is ideally what it's about. And I know we are all experts, and we know that the circular economy conversation, it depends on closing the loop. And based on what we've all realized, the foundation is that it requires waste separation at source by households if you're going to do this the right way. But even as we do that, there is an overlying challenge that even as we do a lot of awareness, even at the household level and community levels, it doesn't necessarily translate to behavior change. And we know that this then has an impact because then without source separation, recyclable materials are still contaminated and they end up in the landfills. And the consequences are then the EPR conversation doesn't really become easy to achieve without the household participation. And so as MTACA, ideally for us, next slide. Yes, so for MTACA, ideally for us, the conversation is around how then do we bring together people, data, and technology. And there's a couple of steps that we've looked at, and it's what we believe is sort of the solution. So I know there's been a lot of activities at the household level, a lot of awareness and campaigns being done at household level, KEPRO being a lead in terms of that conversations. For example, in Kisumu, I know we've had a lot of work with practical action as well. And we know that the first step is ensuring that can the household then be educated, so then they know that there is waste separation and they're able to partake in it. So the first step is always ensuring that can they get kits so that they're able to even sort the recyclables at source. But if that then is done successfully, then the next step, which is also very important, is that then we're able to connect the households with agents. So an agent is ideally a waste picker or actor or collector that is within a vicinity that is able to then take action. Most primarily, they're always waste collectors. And they're able to weigh via platform, and we're now integrating IoT smart skills to then be able to reward these households. This step is an ideal step if you want to get households then to be incentivized to take action. And then the other step is that then once we come from the household level, where most of the agents then have buyback centers, there is a further step where then all these materials are supposed to then get to recyclers. And at the recyclers bit is then now we have the conversation around, can we then ensure that the recyclers receive something called traceable materials? I know the EPR conversation largely relies on, can we even ensure that this material is traceable? So an end-to-end solution is what then we advocate for. And then finally, then there is the reports and insights. So the only point I'll say is that we are not probably the only one doing this. I know everyone collects data. And even if I ask by a show of hands, how many here collect in your organization institutions? How many of you collect data on the regular? Everyone, right? But do you know what is more interesting or better than collecting data? It is analyzing it and using those insights to make decisions. Now that's what MTACA is doing. So you can collect data, but it's important that you then plug this data into a system that can help you then make a lot of insights and say, this is what works, and this is perhaps how we can improve it. And even if it comes to the EPR conversation, traceability then becomes a conversation that then we are also able to strengthen. And of course, next slide. Yeah, so top level on what we've done, I think I'll give a lot of credit because part of what I was sharing is because we've had a collaboration with Practical Action and KEPRO in Kisumu. And most of it was around insights. Can we build the capacity of both waste actors and community members in then being able to manage their waste the right way, and also seeing that then all of this awareness can then lead to action. So top level, as MTACA, of course, we've done quite a bit of work over the last 3 years. We've engaged over 15,000 members in the community and trained over 300 agents. These are people that then we're able to, waste actors, that we're able to build their capacity to take action. But of importance is that over the work we've done, we've seen, and this was a pilot we did earlier, especially in Ondiek, that there was 54% increase in separation of waste at source if you then incentivize households. And incentives can vary. Some households maybe just want bins. Some households may want their points, green points recognition. Some may actually want money, right? But incentives really drive separation at source. But then also, what we did with the Practical Action Project was that there was a lot of increase in dry waste. And this is 28% for waste actors. And if I'm sure Practical Action is in the room, if you meet any of them, they'll tell you that part of the capacity building is also to increase the income of the waste actors. And
Annual Circular Packaging Conference. Today marks an important milestone for KEPRO and the nation at large. Besides us convening to deliberate on circularity and its advancement, we are also cementing a mark in the journey of sustainability. As KEPRO, one of our mandates is creating awareness as a key driver of behavior change. We have done so through various programs, some of which will be spoken of later today, but a project that has been closer to our hearts is the Waste Collectors Toolkit. In 2023, we launched the first version of the toolkit that provided a guide to waste collectors on the various legislation governing their work and best ways to formalize. Thereafter, we embarked on a mass campaign to create awareness on this toolkit to those on the ground and on its usability. A year later, with the advancements in legislation and more actors being interested in waste management, we sought to revise the edition and make it more comprehensive. With this in mind, we reached out to brands, CBOs, media, county government, NGOs, PROs as well, and more to capture their voice and understand what waste management means to them. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to announce that it is now a complete project that we would like to share with the world to inspire policy and practice. And without much further ado, I'd like to welcome a key stakeholder who helped us in bringing this book or this manual to life to speak more on what it means for the waste collectors. Mr. Eric Gwantai from Nairobi Metro CBO, karibu sana. A clap for him.
Good morning. I will also write on how protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Eric Gontai from Nairobi Metropolitan CBO Network, Circular Economy Program. And I also serve as a consultant on circular economy and waste management. I'm deeply honored to stand here today as part of the movement that is transforming not only how we think about waste in this country, but also how we value the people behind this transformation. For many of us within and around the community, waste management isn't a theory, it is our daily reality. Every morning, our members, nearly 10,000 strong, drawing from about 150 community-based organizations spread across 85 wards and 17 constituencies in Nairobi County, and serving over 4 million clients, including households, commercial entities, international organizations, and the public sector, rise to the task of keeping our neighborhoods, commercial centers, and informal settlement clean and livable. We collect, sort, transport multiple waste streams, plastic included, ensuring that recyclable material find their way back into the value chain instead of our rivers, roadsides, and landfills. Through this work, we not only safeguard our environment, but also earn a dignified living, making our city resilient to the realities of changing climate. Yet, for far too long, our contribution went unseen, unrecognized, unsupported, and undervalued. But the narrative began to shift with the release of the first edition of the Waste Redefined Toolkit. It became more than a document. It was a beacon of hope, direction, giving our members something tangible to hold on to, a practical guide that aligns our everyday work with national laws, policies, circular economy principles, It helps us professionalize operation, strengthen upstream and downstream linkages, and open new doors for training, partnership, collaboration, and most importantly, pride in the work we do. Today, as we unveil the second edition, we can confidently say that the voice of the waste actors at the downstream, the CBO, waste pickers, collectors, and transporters has been heard. Our live experience, challenges, and innovation have shaped this version into something richer, deeper, and more inclusive. The toolkit is not just a publication, it is our collective story, written with resilience, refined through experience, and shared with purpose. As we move forward, it is equally important to recognize the need for incentives and favorable economic instruments that strengthen this ecosystem, including the disclassification of recyclable waste as raw material so that we may enjoy the same benefit and physical incentives attached to the virgin raw material. A truly circular economy cannot drive on passion alone. It requires policy-backed incentives through economic instruments, financial and social support mechanisms, and business-friendly environment that empower CBO, waste entrepreneurs, enterprises to scale the innovation sustainably. It also calls for dignified working conditions and fair price for the people driving this transformation on the ground. From tax incentives, social safeguards, and access to affordable finance to extended producer responsibility funds and inclusive market linkages, we must create an enabling business ecosystem that rewards economic, social, and environmental stewardship, that value local innovation and ensure that every actor, from informal waste practitioners, such as pickers, collectors, transporters, repair, recyclers, and value adders, to policymakers, can thrive together in Kenya's growing circular economy. To KEPRO, we say a heartfelt thank you. You have not only provided us with a toolkit, you have given us visibility, recognition, and validation. You have affirmed that our work truly matters in building Kenya's circular economy and in shaping a future where no one is left behind as we build back better, one brick at a time. As we launch this second edition, let us remember that meaningful change begins with people, with communities that choose to act, innovate, collaborate. Together, we are proving that waste has value, that dignified can coexist with hard work, and sustainability begins right where we are, in our home, our offices, our street, our place of worship, and our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. As I mentioned, Eric is one of the key CBOs that we work with in waste management, and we do acknowledge that without these key actors, our work today and even having this conference will not be possible. So I will not want to take much further time on this. I want to ask, how many of us have been able to read the first edition of the Waste Collectors Toolkit? By show of hands? Wow. So we'll be displaying a QR code. As we unveil the second edition, please feel free to review the first and see the much changes that we've introduced in the second one. And we've also incorporated today's theme, people, planet, and progress. As the MC was asking on progress and how it's coming to life or it's being shaped, it's a key thing that we've introduced into the toolkit, and you'll be able to understand how it also connects to this conference. So at this juncture, I'd like to welcome Dr. Ayub Masharia, who will guide us into the launch after a few remarks. Karibu sana, Daktari.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the Honorable Deputy Governor, board members of KEPRO, distinguished participants in the all protocols observed. Good morning. I'm sorry, I hear there is tea And so and it is past 11. So now you can understand the tension that is in me as I make this brief presentation. Fortunately, I don't have a major speech, but I come before you with to explain one question, or to comment about the book that we are about to launch, and also to comment about where we are in terms of waste management. For those who don't know me, because my name is not here, my picture is not here, my name is Ayub Macharia. I'm the director in charge of enforcement. And so matters waste, when you see waste, then one of the questions is, where is enforcement? And I'm here to explain why you are still experiencing that waste out there within a few minutes before we launch the book. First of all, let me thank KEPRO for organizing this event and for publishing a very detailed current book on waste management. This is very commendable. And obviously, when we look at the room and the many participants, we really are proud KEPRO for this initiative. The topic we are discussing is one of the major challenges in Kenya, which is responsible for our country not being so aesthetic. We always have those negative comments about our country, because when people visit us, especially in the counties, some of the rural counties, you find waste in very awkward places. Even in Nairobi, those roads by KERA, Kenya Rural Roads Authority, Kenya Urban Roads Authority, Kenya Rural Roads Authority, those roads, there is a lot of waste out there. The waste is generated by us. Everybody generates 0.5 kgs of waste per day. But this waste is a resource, because 60% of it is organic, 30% is recyclable, and 10% is others, of which 5% has calorific value, can be used to generate energy. Only 5% can be categorized as real waste, which can be managed through landfilling. If we look at where we have come from, Waziri tried to explain that. We may need now to praise blame. It is a high time that we start pressing blame where it belongs. When we look at our policy and legal architecture, we came from MCA 1999, which had an elaborate explanation about what kind of facilities we need to manage waste, what kind of licensing we need as a waste service provider. However, we felt that what was legalized by MCA should not have been legalized, and that is, MCA was not anchored on circularity. And so long as one gave their waste, whichever way it was, to the waste transporter, then it was okay. The dump site, so long as it is fenced, the waste does not litter the surrounding estate, it was okay. And so these were not good practices. And therefore the country went into another legislation mode. And in 2021, the Sustainable Waste Management Policy was published, which gave us elaborated the concept of circularity and placed major emphasis on waste recovery of valuables from waste. And that is where we got those percentages, 60, 30, 10, about our waste. And this was followed thereafter in 2022 with the Sustainable Waste Management Act, which also emphasized on circularity. You are also aware that we had the polythene bags ban in 2017, which was meant to reduce pollution in the environment by plastics, and especially packaging. And then the Constitution of Kenya 2010, which devolved waste management to counties. And then we have the plastic packaging regulations of 2024, which emphasize the issue of labeling of all plastics, packaging in Kenya. And then extended producer responsibility is also emphasized in the plastic packaging regulations 2024. And then still the same year, EPR regulations of 2024 were also published. Although these ones are contested in court, but they have not limited us, especially with dealing with the topic of today, the packaging, because EPR is also entrenched in the plastic packaging regulations. And then we have the waste management regulations of 2024, which gave us the color code. So we have the green for organic, black for general waste, blue for recyclables. Now, who did all this? I've said that today is blame game. This was done by our parliamentarians, our top leadership in our ministries, in our ministry. And so you can see good work done, job well done. Then after you have laws, what next? It is whoever is told to do something by the law, by the policy, they do something. And one of the things that the law say is that counties should domesticate the national laws. Have you ever heard of any county that has already domesticated? It is now over 2 years, 2022, now is 2025. Any county that has domesticated the Act, the Sustainable Waste Management Act? None. Even on my desk, none. 2 years are over. I said today is blame game. Now, the other thing is, the law says segregate waste at source. Who is supposed to do that? Ourselves. Are we doing it? Of course we try, but then the truck that comes, does it allow for that waste to remain segregated until the final destination? No. And so there is a challenge. Has anybody advised trucks what to do? I'm very happy because in the book that we are about to launch, there is a page that talks about action has been taken. Somebody has been advised on what to do. And so, what we see is that although there is good work done by our government, we still have some work to be done at the lower level, at the county level. Number one, our gentleman from Kisumu has talked about material recovery facilities. And you may ask yourself, where do we start with these material recovery facilities? Do we spread them all over? Of course, using the principle of proximity, which is captured in our policy, we are supposed to have material recovery facilities near where waste is generated. But for a start, we have advised counties to ensure that they give us material recovery facility number one. You know, we have to start somewhere. MRF number one at the dam site. Let us reorganize that dam site because the lorries are used to going there. Let them go there, but with a new condition that bring your organic on Monday, organic waste on Monday, and then on Thursday bring your black bag. We are still waiting for counties to give us the reorganized dam site. And normally, you know that is my desk, yeah? And now, you know, when I'm waiting, sinaumwa na mgongo. Goja goja, naumiza matumbo. So, those are some of the challenges we are facing because had we had MRF number one, then you will be sure that the waste from your house, after you segregate, the lorry will not mix it. It will not get mixed in the truck. it will go as segregated to the existing dump sites, which we don't want to call them dump sites. They should be converted to landfills. But then where do we start? We have to start with reorganizing them. The other thing that is happening also is that through EPR, we were able to divide Kenyan waste into two fractions. One fraction is organic, and the other fraction is synthetic. And all synthetics are subject to extended producer responsibility. And extended producer responsibility is implemented by producers. And so you see, counties have very little role there. The role of counties is to provide facilities where we can do recycling, we can do, even the landfill itself is owned by the government. We are not doing well in that area because some private people took us to court, and we are still in court until November, sorry. I think November 14 is when the cases will be heard. So we just have a small fragment of EPR that is for plastic packaging only. That is the one that is subject to EPR. I have 2 minutes. I'll finish in the 2 minutes. Now, counties. You see, after the synthetic is removed, then you are left with organic. And so we expect counties now to focus majorly on organic, management of organic, composting, black soldier flies, all that. So, as I finish my presentation, I want to say that we are proud Parliament for the job well done. Our priorities for now is waste segregation, waste recovery. We want to recover as much as possible. We cannot do that without waste segregation. Then our next priority is extended producer responsibility, because we want to make sure that all synthetics which are a problem to us are managed by somebody. And as I have explained, the journey has been mapped. NEMA has mapped the journey. We are implementing what we call non-disruptive approach, where we are going to use the existing dump sites. There will be MRF number 1, and then other MRFs will follow later. So we are requesting counties to help us so that we don't have mixed waste to be being taken in those dump sites. And we also would wish that counties revise their laws to realign them to the national laws. Now, there is an aspect of data which is very important. We need to map the flow, waste flow. And what we are doing as NEMA is we are about to finalize digitizing the data flow, and soon, maybe from next week, we will start inviting different stakeholders to listen to our digital platform, look at it, and make comments so that we can finalize it. In the meantime, when I'm disappointed with what is happening, we have planned to visit counties because there is not much that can be done if our dump sites are not reorganized. We cannot create awareness because you are creating awareness and the waste gets mixed up and then it goes to the usual place. We must start doing business differently, and so we have planned to visit the seniors of counties, so that we can have a discussion with them on how we can transition waste management in Kenya towards circularity. So for today, now that we have this beautiful book, well done, and as you can see, it is volume 2. So it means we had the other one. Fortunately, I had the opportunity to see the other one. And this one is very improved. Actually, this one can be used even in universities to teach about waste management. I've looked at the content. Very good and very up to date. So I would request that everybody, because you have it online, please read it. It's a very good document with very current information. However, my challenge to KEPRO, because you know I'm a teacher. I started teaching, my background is Bachelor of Education. When I look at the text, it's quite good. You have presented to us something, and we would like that others, including yourself, pick that book, simplify it for the various actors in the value chain. Because the waste pickers they have their language. If you give them that book, they can write theirs. And after all, everybody has a niche, has a space. So let us produce more copies of the book for the various value actors. That will help us a lot. So as I conclude, let us demonstrate passion in waste management. Segregate your waste at source. For any other value chain actor, please let us be passionate. Producers, be passionate about EPR. Counties, be passionate about the facilities, because we need the facilities so that we can start moving towards circular economy. With those few remarks, thank you very much. I was told to give guidelines on how to launch. Now I need guidance there from KEPRO.
So you can imagine that is the challenge that KEPRO has to deal with. Can we clap once? Thank you very much. So I think we'll now move on to the next session. Dr. I will humbly request that our chief guest, Deputy Governor, accompanied by the rest of the team, Board Chair, Madam Mary from the National Environment Complaints Committee, Waziri, Vice Chair, to please just move next to them. It's not a shrine. It's next to the toolkit where we'll do the ceremonial launch. Kindly. Yes, just proceed. But even as we go there, Klaus, please join us. I needed to mention that DI East Africa has been a good partner joining us in this conversation, just to try and ensure that we are bringing all relevant information to the relevant actors as we seek to unlock the benefits of EPR in Kenya. Vice Chair, please. So Cynthia, let me know when you are ready. On the count of. So on the count of, are we ready? Are we ready? DG, are we ready? So just a disclaimer, there might be some Diwali fireworks, so kindly don't run away. Just a disclaimer. Cynthia, I'm ready when you are. So in 3, 2, 1, the Waste Redefined Toolkit is officially launched. I want to be listened. Thank you very much. I now want to invite Cynthia to share a few of the copies with our guests so that they also have an opportunity to interact with the same. I also know the media guys would want a bit of the photo ops. Guide us on whether you want them to move this side. Would you want us to move to this side, photograph? Is okay? We move this side? Bonadiji, I'll request that we move to this side just for the photographer's sake. MC, thank you very much. I present the mic back to you.
very much for that. A big round of applause. You may have your seats. We are now going into a tea break session for 15 minutes. We'll have a health break. Tea is served outside where you had your early morning breakfast. And to our right is the restrooms, which we can use. The toolkits are available for us. You will have them outside as you have your tea. Kindly, let's keep time. It is now 5 minutes to 12. We have 15 minutes, so we meet at? Are you listening? We meet at? 12:30. 15 minutes. 12:15. Yeah, 12:15 is a lot. 12:10. Let's kindly keep time. Thank you very much.
action. This is to prove what we say, that circularity is actually practical and achievable. And in this way, our members are able to be exposed and be able to identify the gaps that are there in terms of achieving our circularity in Kenya, and also appreciate the efforts that are being made and see the opportunities for innovations in this sector.
Plastic recycling is very necessary because of our environment, because Kenya is a very responsible country, and in the world there is only one mission for the environment, and it is a UN environment program is in Nairobi. We are only doing 9% recycling, so our challenge 2030, at least 50% we have to recycle it and we bring it back in circular economy.
Celebrating World Environment Day year 2025 with a team from KEPRO who have decided to be our guests today as part of their celebration. We have been partnering the last couple of months. They have been undertaking training of our students on matters of waste management and how to do waste separation for purposes of recycling. And today, marking the World Environment Day, they have come and have a chance to come and talk to the entire school, as well as donate a couple of waste bins, as well as a waste collection point for dry matter, which is go a long way in making sure that our school becomes waste-free, and also gives an opportunity for us to collect the waste that can later go on for recycling.
Through the Taka tours, we've been able to take around over 50 businesses with over 80 participants, including students, to be able to understand and firsthand experience what actually happens when we talk about circularity in action. So next year we plan to be bigger and better with this Taka Tour initiative, and even with more membership engagement platforms and opportunities for our members to be able to ensure that they're exposed to a groundbreaking experience and be able to be part of circularity in action through our engagements. So join us at KEPRO, where we'll be able to achieve circularity here in Kenya and experience firsthand on what is actually happening on ground. Karibuni sana and join KEPRO. Thank you.
The CLT is inherently intended to inspire behavior change amongst our consumers, and so for KEPRO we then decided to leverage different platforms and opportunities that were presented to us to ensure that this information is accessible to consumers irrespective of whichever cadre they occupy within the society or the geographical location that they occupy. Based on that, we then recognize that the medium is quite a powerful tool in terms of influencing behavior change and attitudes toward different issues within our community and society. And so based upon that, we have worked a lot with different media stations trying to spread this message around sustainable waste management practices. We also leverage the mainstream media. Here you'll be talking about the TV stations and radio stations, as well as billboards and the likes. But on the other hand, we've also taken a keen note on the younger audience that we seek to target, and therefore leveraging the digital platforms to also share this messaging to our members of the public. The other thing would then be on the county-specific forums, and here we are more biased towards then moving to the regional locations within our county governments. And here we go to the respective county governments, not with the aim of bringing in any new technology or disruptive ideas whatsoever, but purposely to instigate a social dialogue around really what is ailing our communities as far as sustainable waste management practices are concerned. Through those experiences, we've also been able to bring together actors within the waste value chain, including the waste pickers, aggregators, as well as the recyclers. Another critical component of the waste ecosystem in Kenya are the county governments. And so through those county-specific editions, we've also been able to bring these county officials in the room, and through those dialogues, we've been able to unlock new experiences and opportunities to ensure that the sustainable waste management practices are happening within our neighborhoods and communities at the county level. So far, I think we've had a reach in all the 47 counties, both directly and indirectly, and of course, as I mentioned, leveraging different platforms as we go. Part of then the county-specific drives has then meant that we have to work with the waste entrepreneurs, more specifically the waste pickers. Here we then come in and provide them with that knowledge on what is their role in ensuring that we are having sustainable waste management practices occurring in the country, and then unlock the more benefits that would come in the event that EPR is now fully implemented on a mandatory ecosystem. In addition to that, we then provide them with the necessary tools and equipment that they need for them to be able to do their day-to-day work. Here we provide them with PPEs and relevant other equipments, such as rakes and spades, to be able to ensure that their work is easy to do. This year alone, I think we've done over 1,500 PPEs to waste pickers across the country. In addition, a very critical resource that we developed back in 2023, the KEPRO Waste Collectors Toolkit, has also come in handy, and we distribute these copies to the waste pickers at the regional level to ensure that there is some sort of a TOT arrangement where knowledge can then be transferred by the KEPRO eco-champs that we would have trained within those sessions that we carry out at the county government level.
My name is Lavenda Obia, and I'm the head of membership at KEPRO. And this year, KEPRO membership has been able to take great strides in engaging our members to be able to deliver our goal, that is offering membership value beyond compliance. We have been able to do this through webinars and workshops that have clearly equipped our members and be able to give them tools and the knowledge to stand out in this industry.
Today has been an exciting day to see businesses come in one room and trying to understand this ESG concept, and not just the concept, but how do they integrate this concept into their businesses, and looking at where the opportunities. And I think there's a great appetite in the Kenyan market. I think one of the things that has come out of this engagement is that there's an appetite for financing, for capacity building, and financing that will allow businesses to be able to impactfully integrate these things or these ESG issues into their business processes. It has been a great engagement, and I am happy to have been part of it.
The feedback has been overwhelmingly positive, and even as we proceed with the year, we have introduced the Taka tours that have been a great initiative, a hands-on initiative for our members to experience and be taken around through the leading recycling facilities and experience firsthand what is actually happening on the ground.
Mr. Green Africa is a plastic recycling company, but we do way more than recycling plastic. So our business model is based on working directly with waste pickers and ensuring that we buy plastic in a fair and transparent manner. And once we buy the plastic in different informal areas across the country where we are based, we then bring the plastic to our factory, where we will then sort by type, by color, mechanically wash and pelletize. And then we partner with brand owners such as Unilever, Shell, Total to sell off the pellets, and then that will be used to make packaging. And then that packaging again will find itself in the loop, and that's how we're really closing the loop from the waste picker all the way to Unilever and other brand owners, and doing it over and over again to make sure that our environment is cleaner, but most importantly that the social impact is being felt by the people who are doing the most work, which is the waste pickers.
So we've been able to showcase our members and take them around to these great leading recycling facilities where they've been able to see circularity in action. This is to prove what we say, that circularity is actually practical and achievable. And in this way, our members are able to be exposed and be able to identify the gaps that are there in terms of achieving our circularity in Kenya, and also appreciate the efforts that are being made and see the opportunities for innovations in this sector.
I'm so glad to be part of this Taka Tour Season 2. For me, my take home from this tour is can we as Kenyans be part of the segregation process, which helps the recyclers like these ones to be able to have a smooth running of their processes. So if all Kenyans can join at home, we start by segregating the waste from organic, from plastic, from clothing, so that when they are collected, when it comes here, it is easier for them to manage their processes.
Celebrating World Environment Day year 2025 with a team from KEPRO who have decided to be our guests today. As part of their celebration, they decided to be at the school. We have been partnering the last couple of months. They have been undertaking training of our students on matters of waste management and how to do waste separation for purposes of recycling. And today, marking the World Environment Day, they have come and have a chance to come and talk to the entire school, as well as donate a couple of waste bins, as well as a waste collection point for dry matter, which is go a long way in making sure that our school becomes waste-free, and also gives an opportunity for us to collect the waste that can later go on for recycling.
KEPRO came in handy. They trained us on waste management, helped us to understand where our weakness was. They also taught us that waste should be segregated. They gave us the bins, followed by Taka tour, which showed us exactly what happens and how waste is of value. So we've learned a lot from KEPRO. They have continuously followed up to see our progress, and I want to tell you our school is very clean now. There's a lot of improvement.
The KEPRO awareness program that we had in our school when we had an outbreak of a fire has really helped us to have a new perspective of what waste is. It's not just waste where it's just degraded, it's a resource. Through the trips that we have had, the Taka tour, we've been able to see how people are using the waste to make products that they can put for sale.
Through the Taka tours, we've been able to take around over 50 businesses with over 80 participants, including students, to be able to understand and first-hand experience what actually happens when we talk about circularity in action. So next year we plan to be bigger and better with this Taka Tour initiative, and even with more membership engagement platforms and opportunities for our members to be able to ensure that they're exposed to a groundbreaking experience and be able to be part of circularity in action through our engagement. So join us at KEPRO, where we'll be able to achieve circularity here in Kenya and experience firsthand on what is actually happening on ground. Karibuni sana and join KEPRO. Thank you.
A new story is unfolding. A story of everyday actions shaping a better world. Where people lead, the planet thrives, and progress becomes our shared purpose. Change begins in small moments, a hand reaching for the right bin, a lesson taught in the classroom, a choice made in the morning commute. Every act of responsibility connects us, people from all walks of life, united by one simple truth, that the health of our planet begins with us. And when waste finds its way to purpose, the story transforms. What was once discarded becomes a resource, reborn through innovation, design, and collaboration. Across Kenya, partnerships are thriving. Communities are building livelihood through circular solutions, proving that progress can be inclusive and sustainability can uplift. In every transaction, in every recovered ton of material, we see the promise of a future where value is not thrown away, but reimagined. This is our collective journey, where people lead, the planet heals, and progress becomes our shared legacy. Welcome to the third KEPRO Annual Circular Packaging Conference 2025. Thriving together, people, planet, progress.
My my name is Lavenda Obia and I'm the head of membership at KEPRO. And this year, KEPRO membership has been able to take great strides in engaging our members to be able to deliver our goal, that is offering membership value beyond compliance. We've been able to do this through webinars and workshops that have clearly equipped our members and be able to give them tools and the knowledge to stand out in this industry.
Today has been an exciting week to see businesses come in one room and trying to understand this ESG concept, and not just the concept, but how do they integrate this concept into their businesses, and looking at where the opportunities. And I think there's a great appetite in the Kenyan market. I think one of the things that has come out of this engagement is that there's an appetite for financing, for capacity building, and financing that will allow businesses to be able to impactfully integrate these things or these ESG issues into their business processes. It has been a great engagement, and I am happy to have been part of it.
The feedback has been overwhelmingly positive, and even as we proceed with the year, we have introduced the Taka tours that have been a great initiative, a hands-on initiative for our members to experience and be taking around through the leading recycling facilities and experience firsthand what is actually happening on the ground.
After going through the training, nimeweza kujua 70% ya takataka inatumika. 25% ndio inaenda kwa organic ama mbolea. 5% tu ndio hatujaweza kubaini vile tutaweza kufanya nayo, lakini KEPRO wanasaidia kutafuta suluhu ya hiyo.
So we've been able to showcase our members and take them around to these great leading recycling facilities where they've been able to see circularity in action. This is to prove what we say, that circularity is actually practical and achievable. And in this way, our members are able to be exposed and be able to identify the gaps that are there in terms of achieving our circularity in Kenya, and also appreciate the efforts that are being made and see the opportunities for innovations in this sector.
Plastic recycling is very necessary because of our environment, because Kenya is a very responsible country, and in the world there is only one mission for the environment, and it is the UN Environment Program is in Nairobi. We are only doing 9% recycling, so our challenge 2030, at least 50% we have to recycle it and we bring it back in circular economy.
Celebrating World Environment Day year 2025 with a team from KEPRO who have decided to be our guests today as part of their celebration. We have been partnering the last couple of months. They have been undertaking training of our students on matters of waste management and how to do waste separation for purposes of recycling. And today, marking the World Environment Day, they have come and have a chance to come and talk to the entire school, as well as donate a couple of waste bins, as well as a waste collection point for dry matter, which is go a long way in making sure that our school becomes waste-free, and also gives an opportunity for us to collect the waste that can later go on for recycling.
Through the Taka tours, we've been able to take around over 50 businesses with over 80 participants, including students, to be able to understand and firsthand experience what actually happens when we talk about circularity in action. So next year we plan to be bigger and better with this Taka Tour initiative, and even with more membership engagement platforms and opportunities for our members to be able to ensure that they're exposed to a groundbreaking experience and be able to be part of circularity in action through our engagements. So join us at KEPRO, where we'll be able to achieve circularity here in Kenya and experience firsthand on what is actually happening on ground. Karibuni sana and join KEPRO. Thank you.
The CLT is inherently intended to inspire behavior change amongst our consumers. And so for KEPRO, we then decided to leverage different platforms and opportunities that were presented to us to ensure that this information is accessible to consumers, irrespective of whichever cadre they occupy within the society or the geographical location that they occupy. Based upon that, we then recognize that the media is quite a powerful tool in terms of influencing behavior change and attitudes toward different issues within our community and society. And so based upon that, we have worked a lot with different media stations trying to spread this message around sustainable waste management practices. We also leverage the mainstream media. Here you'll be talking about the TV stations and radio stations, as well as billboards and the likes. But on the other hand, we've also taken a keen note on the younger audience that we seek to target, and therefore leveraging the digital platforms to also share this messaging to our members of the public. The other thing would then be on the county-specific forums, and here we are more biased towards then moving to the regional locations within our county governments. And here we go to the respective county governments, not with the aim of bringing in any new technology or disruptive ideas whatsoever, but purposely to instigate a social dialogue around really what is ailing our communities as far as sustainable waste management practices are concerned. Through those experiences, we've also been able to bring together actors within the waste value chain, including the waste pickers, aggregators, as well as the recyclers. Another critical component of the waste ecosystem in Kenya are the county governments. And so through those county-specific editions, we've also been able to bring these county officials in the room. And through those dialogues, we've been able to unlock new experiences and opportunities to ensure that the sustainable waste management practices are happening within our neighborhoods and communities at the county level. So far, I think we've had a reach in all the 47 counties, both directly and indirectly. And of course, as I mentioned, leveraging different platforms as we go. Part of then the county-specific drives has then meant that we have to work with the waste entrepreneurs, more specifically the waste pickers. Here, we then come in and provide them with that knowledge on what is their role in ensuring that we are having sustainable waste management practices occurring in the country, and then unlock the more benefits that would come in the event that EPR is now fully implemented on a mandatory ecosystem. In addition to that, we then provide them with the necessary tools and equipment that they need for them to be able to do their day-to-day work. Here, we provide them with PPEs and relevant other equipments, such as rakes and spades, to be able to ensure that their work is easy to done. This year alone, I think we've done over 1,500 PPEs to waste pickers across the country. In addition, a very critical resource that we developed back in 2023, the KEPRO Waste Collectors Toolkit, has also come in handy, and we distribute these copies to the waste pickers at the regional level to ensure that there is some sort of a TOT arrangement where knowledge can then be transferred by the KEPRO eco-champs that we would have trained within those sessions that we carry out at the county government level.
My name is Lavenda Obia, and I'm the head of membership at KEPRO. And this year, KEPRO membership has been able to take great strides in engaging our members to be able to deliver our goal, that is offering membership value beyond compliance. We have been able to do this through webinars and workshops that have clearly equipped our members and be able to give them tools and the knowledge to stand out in this industry.
Today has been an exciting week to see businesses come in one room and trying to understand this ESG concept, and not just the concept, but how do they integrate this concept into their businesses, and looking at where the opportunities. And I think there's a great appetite in the Kenyan market. I think one of the things that has come out of this engagement is that there's an appetite for financing, for capacity building, and financing that will allow businesses to be able to impactfully integrate these things or these ESG issues into their business processes. It has been a great engagement, and I am happy to have been part of it.
The feedback has been overwhelmingly positive, and even as we proceed with the year, we have introduced the Taka tours that have been a great initiative, a hands-on initiative for our members to experience and be taken around through the leading recycling facilities and experience firsthand what is actually happening on the ground.
Mr. Green Africa is a plastic recycling company, but we do way more than recycling plastic. So our business model is based on working directly with waste pickers and ensuring that we buy plastic in a fair and transparent manner. And once we buy the plastic in different informal areas across the country where we are based, we then bring the plastic to our factory where we will then sort by type, by color, mechanically wash and pelletize. And then we partner with brand owners such as Unilever, Shell, Total to sell off the pellets, and then that will be used to make packaging. And then that packaging again will find itself in the loop, and that's how we're really closing the loop from the waste picker all the way to Unilever and other brand owners, and doing it over and over again to make sure that our environment is cleaner, but most importantly that the social impact is being felt by the people who are doing the most work, which is the waste pickers.
So we've been able to showcase our members and take them around to these great leading recycling facilities where they've been able to see circularity in action. This is to prove what we say, that circularity is actually practical and achievable. And in this way, our members are able to be exposed and be able to identify the gaps that are there in terms of achieving our circularity in Kenya, and also appreciate the efforts that are being made and see the opportunities for innovations in this sector.
I'm so glad to be part of this Taka Tour Season 2. For me, my take home from this tour is can we as Kenyans be part of the segregation process, which helps the recyclers like these ones to be able to have a smooth running of their processes. So if all Kenyans can join at home, we start by segregating the waste from organic, from plastic, from clothing, so that when they are collected, when it comes here, it is easier for them to manage the processes.
Celebrating World Environment Day year 2025 with a team from KEPRO who have decided to be our guests today. As part of their celebration, they decided to be at the school. We have been partnering the last couple of months. They have been undertaking training of our students on matters of waste management and how to do waste separation for purposes of recycling. And today, marking the World Environment Day, they have come and have a chance to come and talk to the entire school, as well as donate a couple of waste bins, as well as a waste collection point for dry matter, which is go a long way in making sure that our school becomes waste-free, and also gives an opportunity for us to collect the waste that can later go on for recycling.
KEPRO came in handy. They trained us on waste management, helped us to understand where our weakness was. They also taught us that waste should be segregated. They gave us the bins, followed by Taka tour, which showed us exactly what happens and how waste is of value. So we've learned a lot from KEPRO. They have continuously followed up to see our progress, and I want to tell you our school is very clean now. It's a lot of improvement.
The KEPRO awareness program that we had in our school when we had an outbreak of a fire has really helped us to have a new perspective of what waste is. It's not just waste where it's just degraded, it's a resource. Through the trips that we have had, the Taka tour, we've been able to see how people are using the waste to make products that they can put for sale.
Through the Taka tours, we've been able to take around over 50 businesses with over 80 participants, including students, to be able to understand and firsthand experience what actually happens when we talk about circularity in action. So next year we plan to be bigger and better with this Taka Tour initiative, and even with more membership engagement platforms and opportunities for our members to be able to ensure that they're exposed to a groundbreaking experience and be able to be part of circularity in action through our engagement. So join us at KEPRO, where we'll be able to achieve circularity here in Kenya and experience firsthand on what is actually happening on ground. Karibuni sana and join KEPRO. Thank you.
A new story is unfolding. A a story of everyday actions shaping a better world. Where people lead, the planet thrives, and progress becomes our shared purpose. Change begins in small moments, a hand reaching for the right bin, a lesson taught in the classroom, a choice made in the morning commute. Every act of responsibility connects us, people from all walks of life, united by one simple truth, that the health of our planet begins with us. And when waste finds its way to purpose, the story transforms. What was once discarded becomes a resource, reborn through innovation, design, and collaboration. Across Kenya, partnerships are thriving. Communities are building livelihood through circular solution, proving that progress can be inclusive and sustainability can uplift. In every transaction, in every recovered ton of material, we see the promise of a future where value is not thrown away, but reimagined. This is our collective journey, where people lead, the planet heals, and progress becomes our shared legacy. Welcome to the third KEPRO Annual Circular Packaging Conference 2025. Thriving together, people, planet, progress.
My name is Lavenda Obia and I'm the head of membership at KEPRO. And this year, KEPRO membership has been able to take great strides in engaging our members to be able to deliver our goal, that is offering membership value beyond compliance. We have been able to do this through webinars and workshops that have clearly equipped our members and be able to give them tools and the knowledge to stand out in this industry.
Today has been an exciting day to see businesses come in one room and trying to understand this ESG concept, and not just the concept, but how do they integrate this concept into their businesses, and looking at where the opportunities. And I think there's a great
outside, kindly come in. So we are now going to move into another session where we are going to be talking about the challenges and opportunities in sustainable packaging innovation. Kindly come in. If you could take your seats quickly. We are really running out of time. We have some people online who have been waiting for us for some time now. So as we settle in, we are going to hear a presentation from packaging waste management as a case study from South Africa. And we have Vanessa Mashele, who is online and who will give us a quick highlight and a case study that will build the case for the presentation that we're going to have. So media team, if we are ready on the call with Vanessa.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Vanessa, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
It's still a bit faint. Momo, if we could add the volume.
Is it better now?
It is. We kindly request for you to put on your video so we can see you as well.
Oh, sorry. Yes, here I am.
You're right at the bottom. Could we have a team take these seats? If we could remove the seats. Did she disappear?
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, we can't see you. There you are. There you are. I think we are good to go. You can proceed.
Should I share my presentation from this side?
Please.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. One second, sorry. Oh, there's a delay just on my side. Kindly let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see your screen. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. As I've been introduced, my name is Vanessa Mashele, and I represent a company called EPR Waste Association of South Africa in South Africa. I'm going to run through this quickly. So we are basically producer responsibility organization in South Africa, run by the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment for five sectors, which is electrical and electronic equipment, lighting, paper and packaging, portable batteries, and lubricants and oils. IWASA is a not-for-profit organization that is committed to delivering cost-effective compliance on behalf of our producer members. We represent a large base of producers within the household, the electrical sector, and we were obviously mandated and are regulated by the Extended Producer Responsibility, which was promulgated in November 2020, and these regulations became effective in the 5th of May 2021 in South Africa. Over to my next slide. So we are registered, as I've mentioned, for those five sectors. And I will basically focus a lot more on the packaging waste that we generate in South Africa. There is over 125 million tons of solid waste generated annually, and that is as to 2024, with the majority still ending up in the landfill. 3.7 million tons of packaging was consumed in 2023, spanning into the paper, the plastics, the glass, the metal, and the polystyrene. And we, following the extended producer regulations, are recovering on the are reporting rather on the recovery and the recycling for the paper and packaging on behalf of our producer members. So that is just a little bit more research there in regards to the recycling elements of paper and packaging, which shows that 72% has been recovered and 1.3 million tons diverted in 2024. Over to my next slide. So the challenges in sustainable packaging innovation ranges to, as we've all discussed, technical, from the multi-material packaging complexities to the economic factors, to limited local demand for recycled content, to the infrastructure, which has set uneven facility access across the globe, not just South Africa, and the behavioral, low producer consumer awareness around waste, and the regulatory aspect, which is a need for more consistent EPR enforcement, which we are trying by all means to do. So at IWASA, what we basically focus on from a paper and packaging side, our mission is to drive circularity across paper and packaging through decentralized community-based models. We focus on infrastructure expansion and SMME growth, also engaging with our producers and recycler partnerships in generating, job creation and creating more and more take-back schemes. And the approach is through closing the loop, through innovative strategies and collaboration, as well as education and awareness. So we do that through, circular designs and return systems. This graph that you can see here was something that we developed here, which is, to encourage our producer members to design packaging for reuse and recyclability and material efficiency. And we encourage our producer members as well to, look into the life cycle assessments and guiding redesign and traceability of where our waste actually ends up and whether we can recover it, and return systems, reverse logistics, and take back points for better recovery. That needs to be better done with our producer members who are actually creating the product themselves. We also try to be a lot more visible in regards to our community-based projects, and as I've said, decentralized circular models and SMME and waste pick integration is a big, strategy of ours, as well as education and awareness, where we integrate learners from primary school age into the secondary, as well as integrating the waste pickers into those models. Going back to the take back schemes and incentivization models, we collaborate through these efforts within our working groups that we have with our producer members, where we design these particular, transparent and traceable methods that we can bring back waste into one centralized point in order to bring it back into the value chain, and job creation through the projects that we develop is very important for us, but we need to do it collaboratively with the people that are creating, or designing the materials in this case. And then, the design and the eco-design of the product itself is very important in the minimization of waste. And of course, we have a few success stories where we've had, through education and awareness, we develop the charts that you've seen for circularity and awareness purposes. We work a lot with, schools, and we work a lot with educating the schools and into them using the papers that they use and the desks that they actually write on, to then educate them on where and how those particular apparatuses were designed. So true circularity is done through collaboration. That is key. and beneficiating the items of waste into products that are reusable has been a key success story for us through building sustainable and inclusive circular economy for South Africa. So that is about it from my side. I see that I still have time. Thank you very much.
Vanessa, we are only doing one clap. It's the Kaizen clap we learned, but yeah, thank you so much. We see a lot of similarity with the work that we are doing here in Kenya, and we do appreciate you for joining us and for waiting for us for some time. Thank you so much. Iwasa's presentation then leads us into the next panel session, and it's my pleasure to invite Joshua Mwendwa, the Director, Port East Africa Connect, and a KEPRO board member who will take us through this session of challenges and opportunities, and you could pick some learnings from Iwasa. Welcome, Joshua. A round of applause. Oh, Kaizen, one clap.
There we go. All right, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if any one of you or your colleagues told you you look amazing today. Did anyone give you a compliment when you came? No? There was no time for that? Please tell your colleague you look fantastic. There you go. See, people love it when we recognize each other. Wonderful. So today's session is challenges, opportunity in sustainable packaging innovation. Someone said during the first session that they came here to learn challenges and opportunities. And so here we are. And I do have my panelists. Rosabella from KEBS did send her apologies. She was supposed to be part of the team. But we do have the rest of the panelists with her. And without further ado, oh, you know, I forgot to introduce myself. But yeah, this is me right here. Yeah. Anyway, without further ado, allow me to introduce the panelists. We have Mr. Oscar Obonyo. I don't know if he's with us. Wonderful. He's, Mr. Oscar Obonyo is the Environmental and Sustainability Manager at HACO Industry. And then we have Sir Joseph Nyongesa, the CEO. There you go. Karibu sana. And we have Miss Linda Bomet. I don't know if she's with. Oh, wonderful. There she is. Give her a round of applause. Right. So in today's session, what I've done is I have split this topic of today into three categories. I've split it into return system, life cycle assessment. I don't know, anyone has had life cycle assessment? Yes? Oh, good. At least we have a few peeps here. And then we will also have corporate strategy. Now, I'll try also to make it short as possible so that you as members and delegates can have an opportunity also to ask questions from our panelists. So, maybe we can start with Mr. Oscar Obonyo to please give us a short introduction, and then we can carry on from there. Thank you.
Oh, it's already afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Oscar Obonyo, and I'm an environmental professional, an impact assessment expert by training. I'm also the Environment and Sustainability Manager for HACO Industries Kenya Limited. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joseph Nyongesa, currently the CEO of Packaging Institute of Packaging Professionals. I've been in packaging for a long time, developed all kinds of packaging, and I'm excited about this topic. And I'm also a strategic partner of KEPRO for building packaging skills, enabling packaging skills, so that we can move circularity better. At the global level, I'm at the World Packaging Organization as a director, and also part of the Africa Packaging Organization movement, which is aimed at building packaging capability in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Linda Bomet. I'm a sustainability associate with Protos Capital. We are a sustainability consultancy firm, and we help organizations integrate sustainability into their processes. I have a background in environmental studies as well.
Wonderful. So for those who are wondering what does Portis does, Portis actually is a consulting firm for fire engineering, occupational health and safety, and ESG. That is what actually my professional background is all about. Now, I'll start with Mr. Joseph here, and quick brief. Explain to us what is LCA, Life Cycle Assessment.
Thank you. Basically, life cycle means you start from birth, or they call it traditionally cradle to the end of life of that packaging. A lot of times we have been here, we are talking about just packaging within your system. But now we are going further and saying that when you look at your packaging, like this bottle that is before me, it is not just about the bottle and its end life, or its ending in the environment, or recycling it. But now life cycle is calling on us, as we continue with this circularity journey, to look to see the full picture of where this bottle has come from, the raw materials. A lot of times when we make choices about packaging, we don't think about where did this raw materials, how did this journey began of this packaging? Because when we go back to the basics, then we can build smarter packaging and smarter circularity. Because if you look at a bottle like the one that is before you, it has a long journey. It has come from petroleum, and the mining of petroleum has several implications when it comes to environment and sustainability. A lot of energy has been used. So from the journey to petroleum, from petroleum it has been converted into a resin. That resin, there's a massive technology involved in making that resin. And then that resin has to move to what is called conversion, where now this bottle is made. And when you look at this bottle, it has several materials. It has three materials. There's the plastic, the PET, there is the cap, and there's the label. So we have to see where each of them begins and where it ends. And when now the converter finishes with it, it has to go to the filler, or the guy who will put a product there. Like in this case is the water. So there is that user of the bottle. So we have to look at how this usage is done. And then after that, it has to go through the transport system. Then the transport system has to move it from point A to point B, up to the end of it. Now, after it ends to us. Today's conference is about people. And, all packaging has been about people. I remember the history of packaging, how it came up. You see, like the first time the packaging was invented, for example, in 1700 there, people needed it. It was a matter of survival. There was a king called Napoleon. He was in a war. And he either wins the war or loses the empire. So what he did is he asked for an invention to preserve food so that his soldiers can survive and win the war. And you know what? The tin was first invented, and he gave the inventor 12,000 francs at that time. In the 1700s, a lot of money. So this packaging story started with the people, and it will also end with the people. We as technologists, of course, we respond to what the people want. The converters, the users, they respond to that. So we are talking about people and progress. So it was a matter of survival, existentialism for Napoleon to come up with the can, and it became now a worldwide packaging phenomenon. Plastics has just come in massively, although it was invented about 100 years ago, it has become massive in the last 50 years. And it also came up as a requirement, as a demand by the people. And therefore, the people will still find solutions to it. Now, when you come going back to life cycle, you see now after the product has gone through the transport system, it has to go to the consumer, as I've mentioned. Then the consumer, after using it, for example, we have just used this bottle, and now we are just going to dispose it off. So where does it end? It has to get into the recollection, recycling, and repurposing. But eventually, where does it end? So what the life cycle is telling us is that as you choose your packaging, you have to think of where it was born, where it started from the raw materials, and how it is going to end up. Even if it is going to be circulated over and over, which is our desire, but where does it end? And in this process, there is energy requirements, there's a lot of resource being used. So life cycle is looking at the totality of a package or a process to make sure that in the end equation, we get optimal performance. And this will become an increasing demand. We are now in the initial stages of circular economy, but going ahead, I mean, this LCA analysis will become very critical in that you'll have to plug in your pack into the life cycle analysis to see how it plays out as far as life cycle metrics are concerned. It will be measured on the effects of potential for global warming, energy efficiency, water efficiency, and solid waste disposal in the final analysis. What is the end game of this packaging? So this is the essence of life cycle assessment. And we at the Institute of Packaging are trying to build skills and knowledge in this area because most of you have been to packaging industries, and you know they are very heavy in terms of technology. So there is massive technology, material science, equipment science, these consumer people issues, because we are responding to people. And well, the packaging has always been known as a silent enabler. Where you see us in the supermarkets, we decorate the supermarkets. And then there are silent enablers who are the packaging people. Big industries, I see some big industries here. I can see South Africa, State Park, and Peel. So this is there's a lot of work behind going on, and they are committed to making sure that this circularity journey is actually realized. So in brief, it's a long story, but in brief, that is life cycle from end to end. It is not just within your supply chain or within your factory or between you and the one you serve. You look at the whole picture. I'm starting this journey of this plastic packaging.
Wow.
Where does it stand and where does it end? Thank you.
Quite a rich history there from Mr. Joseph. Impressive. Maybe to come back to you, Linda, what are return systems? What are take-back mechanisms?
Take-back mechanisms and return systems, we've seen a lot of videos over here of waste being collected and being transported back to where it can be reused or repurposed. So the take-back systems or return systems are the processes and the frameworks that enable these products or packaging after use to be transported back into or to be integrated back into the supply chain so that it can be either reused or recycled into a new product. So all these mechanisms and infrastructure altogether make up the return systems that enable or make this happen. So essentially, it's the backbone or the DNA or what operationalizes circularity. I don't think you can have a circular economy without efficient and working return systems. So that's basically what a return system is.
Wonderful. Back to you, Mr. Oscar. So, Mr. Oscar is an expert when it comes to corporate strategy. What is your understanding in regards to corporate strategy and when we are in the topic of challenges and opportunities in sustainable packaging?
Our corporate strategy is essentially what we as a business, a framework we as a business will develop in order to create long-term value for that business. So what happens is that you do a mission for it, which is something that you look to achieve at the end of the line. And then when it comes to strategy building now, you try and define objectives for that mission, and then you align them together with your business operations and resources. When I was coming in, I saw some students from Alliance High School. I don't know if they're still in the building. Yeah, so when we were in primary school, most of us wanted to go to Alliance High School, but we could not get that opportunity, probably because we did not have the financial resources or resources in terms of grades to get there. So when you're doing a strategy, you have to also factor in the resources that you have to implement that strategy so that you remain sustainably competitive within the industry. Now, when it comes to sustainable packaging, now there is that strategy that you have to put in, because most businesses, except for those that are actually in the primary business of manufacturing packaging, most big businesses are product-centric. So when you have to look at the entire issue of dealing with your packaging, making it more sustainable, you are now looking at your bottom line, you're looking at overhead costs, you're looking at what manner of investments you're able to put in your operations to help you remain sustainable, but at the same time remain profitable. So the challenges come when it comes to structuring that kind of strategy. And I think just similar to a normal business strategy, yes, those are the things that you need to factor: your objectives, your opportunities, your operations, and then your financial resources.
Wow, thank you. Just on the same, yeah? What would you say about, what are the challenges? What are the opportunities? What are we looking at?
Well, I'd say the challenges I would speak in the perspective of HACO Industries, because as an FMCG, we do manufacture personal care and home care products. But on top of it, we also manufacture the primary packaging for those products, which is basically essentially all plastics. And the challenge there is that, number one, you find that you do not have enough technical know-how on what would constitute sustainable packaging. Sometimes you just want to go out there, get as much of your product packaging as possible, link it to a recycler, it's recycled, you don't follow the entire life cycle of that particular product. So you don't know if what has been recycled is still useful in the economy or if it just ends up somewhere else, so long as it was linked to someone who handled it. There is also a challenge of understanding between what a circular economy constitutes and what a recycling economy constitutes. There is the challenge of fiscal resources in terms of investing in what would constitute sustainable packaging, because when you're looking at alternatives to plastics, for example, in our cases, you'd be talking about packaging material like aluminum. You would be looking at using 100% recycled plastics in your products. And when we are talking about cosmetics, it means that if you're looking for recycled plastics, you have to look for food-grade plastics for those cosmetic products, which again is a challenge to trace within the economy. But I'd say the most overarching challenge that is there within this space is the issue of misaligned priorities. I mean, businesses are looking to make profit, government is seeking to regulate, and then communities are just seeking inclusion, simply. So our responsibility as businesses now, because I feel that challenge now presents the opportunity to remedy, our responsibility as businesses will be to reach out to the community because they constitute our consumers, find out what it is that they are expecting out of this whole structure. What role is it that they can comfortably play in terms of post-consumer packaging recovery? And then try and decide as a business what manner of investments we are able to put out to them, because now that is again what encourages consumership for their part. So now you're putting a responsible investment, knowing full well that this is what the consumer appreciates and there's going to be more uptake of your product. And then the government can now come into this cycle to formulate regulations that seeks to ensure that that process remains sustainable so that businesses are not harming communities.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Wow. Thank you. That's quite something. Maybe to you, Ms. Linda, and then we'll finish up with Dr. Nyongesa, who will finish up on us for the LCA. How can eco-labeling basically promote sustainable consumption for consumers?
Okay, so eco-labeling is a very important and I think a very useful tool on how you can communicate to your consumers that you're using, that the products that they're buying is produced, packaged, and is also handled in a sustainable way. And this includes the end of life cycle of what happens to it when it's being disposed. So eco-labeling is, it verifies your claims of sustainability of recyclable material that you've used for packaging. And when you combine eco-labeling with a return back system, you can use that eco-label to indicate to your customers that this packaging can either be reused, so maybe they can take it back to a supermarket and maybe refill it with the product. And when it also comes with maybe some kind of financial incentive, like a refund or a refund for the packaging, like when we used to buy soda bottles and then you return the glass bottle and you get your deposit back, or maybe loyalty points. When you attach an incentive like that to your product or your packaging, it encourages your customers to now participate in circular economy. And the eco-labeling helps them now to identify that packaging which they can return. And maybe you can also indicate a process of how they can do it. Maybe you have collection points and you indicate on the eco-labeling that you can return this packaging to this point and you get back your 10 shillings or however much. Just a good example is maybe like water bottles. The big water bottles for dispensers, usually when you return it to a supermarket like Carrefour, it takes off like 1,000 shillings from the next bottle that you buy. So combining eco-labeling with this financial incentive and the return back system, like the collection points, brings this all together and makes now the circular economy work. So eco-labeling makes it easier for the customers to be aware, because I've seen a lot of, we've seen a lot of initiatives for community awareness, but in case you're not able to reach everyone in the community, you're not able to put everyone in a room and explain to them what circularity is and how they can derive value from it, the eco-label will speak to them. Any customer comes and sees that eco-label on your product, and they'll be able to identify in an instant what they can do with that packaging.
Wow, impressive. So I'll get back to you, Mr. Joseph, and in regards to LCA, you've said that inevitably circular economy will be heading towards LCA, right? So maybe my question for you would be like, how do we make it accessible to SMEs and other companies that are already existing with circular economy? How do they head towards LCA?
Okay. The way to head to LCA, first of all, of course, there has to be education. Because when people understand things, then it makes it easier to head to LCA. As I've said, packaging is a heavy technology. It's quite heavy. And any of you who has been to any industry of packaging, you'll see right from the point of the start of the journey up to the end. So there is a lot of technology involved, a lot of machinery involved, a lot of investments involved. And you need professionals who have to understand from A to B, because we shall not just make life cycle analysis will not just happen. There has to be professional development. And as an Institute of Packaging, we are professionalizing packaging so that people, because now there's a lot of focus on packaging. You can see this is a packaging thing, but we have to go to the basics, what it takes to do a packaging ecosystem. It is quite involved. And of course, we have to know that people demanded this. And I like this because it is people, planet, and progress. Of course, in the beginning, there was no need for bottled water. You know, people would just go to the river and drink water. But now, can we go to Nairobi River and drink water?
No.
Can you?
No, we can't.
You can't.
Absolutely, yeah.
In the beginning, people kept cows, and they could go and milk the cow and take the milk. But can we, each one of us, keep a cow here in the city? Can we?
No.
So the people demanded packaging, and that is how we came in. Because now the people said they don't want to keep cows in the city. They don't want to go to Nairobi River to drink the water or wherever the river is. So these technologies came in to meet a need. And we needed to export things. So we had to have packaging to do that. And as we discuss packaging circularity and all these things, we have to appreciate that packaging still plays a fundamental support system and enables life to go on. And as we look at these things, and we as the packaging technologists, we are alive to the discussions that are going on. So when we retreat to our design rooms or packaging, figuring out what packaging should go where, we are aware that the planet is there. In the beginning, of course, it was not a big issue. If nature packaged bananas properly for us, it packaged oranges properly for us. You plucked a banana, you ate, and you disposed of, and there was no need for circularity, and the system was just working. But finding us where we are at the moment, we have to do things differently. So for us, the first starting point is to build understanding what all these things are about, to understand where packaging came from and where it is going. And then we come to life cycle. So we say, okay, we want to do glass. We are going to start from sand, because glass comes from sand. We are going to carry this sand to a factory. And that factory has to use massive energy to convert that sand and other chemicals into glass. And that glass has to be carried to whoever fills it. And it is heavy to carry that glass from where the filling is, turn and distribute it around the country all over the world. Yeah. And then those bottles have to be done. So we look at all these chains of packaging. If it is glass, we see where does glass start from sand to where? Plastics, where does it stand from? Where to where? Paper. We are cutting trees to make paper. What is the environmental balance, global warming, and all this? So we look at paper from A to where it starts and from where it ends. So we have all these materials, paper, plastics, glass, metal. Metal, what's going on with metal? We have to go back to the mining, where the metal starts and where it ends. So we need education. We have partnered with KEPRO partly to build up this aware education. So as much as we are doing a lot of things, at the end of the thing, we have to go back to where all these things started. And from the kitchen, where we cook this packaging. So, because, as I said, packaging has been a silent enabler. You see the supermarkets decorated, but you don't see what happens behind the seats. Maybe that's partly why we are not owners as messengers, because sorry, I know time is up. When you see the beautiful supermarket, there are people who have spent sleepless nights. Start Park, South Africa, Peel, they have slept sleepless nights. But you never see any of us being recognized or becoming shujas.
Yeah.
So now that we have come out of from being silent enablers, we are also going to talk about ourselves. You go to Start Park, my friend Anish is here, it's a huge factory, huge investments. South Park, Peel, they are doing great things. And I encourage you to visit these factories to appreciate the kind of effort, the kind of knowledge that goes into this. And as Institute, we are building the technical capacity, the interfaces, the cyclability, so that we can have a complete picture. So that, and again now, you can't do it alone. This game now, it is time up for doing it alone. We were developing packs in your factory, strictly confidential. You don't want anybody to know what you are doing. But now, where we have reached, because of this circularity, we need to collaborate. And it has come out loud and clear in this session. So thank you very much. And
thank you so much. I know we are here because of time constraint, but I really wanted the panelists to take just one question each from you. So I'll just randomly pick here. Maybe we can just drop down there, Adil. And one for just, if possible, 45 seconds for each question for you. So I'll start with you, Linda. Can the return systems take-back mechanism be applied to other types of industrial waste other than packaging waste?
Yes, absolutely. It can be, the return system can be applied to anything as long as whatever we're trying to return back into the supply chain can feed into, it can be a raw material for another product. For example, if it's like coffee husks or some kind of organic material, there can be a system that is created to take this back from agricultural industry or market players, and if it's waste for them, it can work as compost for another industry. So it doesn't have to be packaging; it can be literally anything. And I just like to say, circularity. We try to see if we can redesign, like he said, for LCA. Identify where you can make a change to make it biologically viable so that it can even biodegrade, and then that makes it more circular.
All right, thank you. 1 minute. I'll go to Oscar, then we'll come back to and finish up with you, Joseph. So what are the likely environmental risks of circularity? It's a very interesting question.
Likely environmental risks
of circularity. Yes.
I view circularity as solution to whatever is already ailing the environment. Of course, we know the globe currently faces what we call the triple planetary crisis, which are the three most impactful ecological challenges that the globe is facing today. And one of it is waste and pollution. And circularity is a concept that is being driven specifically to address the issue of waste and pollution. So that means that if you keep a product or something that will otherwise be waste in the ecosystem for a longer period of time as a useful material, then you are effectively dealing with issues of land degradation, biodiversity loss, greenhouse gas emissions leading to global warming and climate change. You are spreading out your risk. So it is not more of whether if it will have adverse impacts onto the environment, it is the amount of adverse impacts that it takes out of the environment. So it's more of a solution than it is a problem to the environment.
Well, thank you. Joseph, back to you again. 45 seconds. Now this one is a very interesting one. Which one yields more sustainable gain? 1, recyclable packaging that causes more food waste, or non-recyclable packaging that causes less food waste?
Just repeat it again.
Okay. So which which one yields more sustainable gain? 1, recyclable packaging that causes more food waste, or 2, non-recyclable packaging that causes less food waste?
I think, well, of course, food waste is a critical issue, and it is a very difficult thing. And one of the things that packaging does is, of course, reduce food waste. That is the core. So if we have recycled packaging that reduces food waste?
Yes.
Recycled packaging that reduces food waste is very much...
non-recycling that reduces less food waste.
Of course, it is always a balance. I am at the Kenya Bureau of Standards as looking after standards for food, for packaging and all this. When we do packaging, we look at safety, because that is first and foremost. We look at, we using the science that is available, we want to make sure that any packaging comes in contact with the food is safe. Then, of course, we look at sustainability and circularity metrics. So this question has no definite answer, but because you have to balance food waste and circularity. We had a very interesting case in the horticulture sector, where we have a box that costs $1 and carries avocados to Europe or China or wherever, and the value of that avocado is $17. So this box, if we put a packaging where this box it will not be able to carry up to the end, and we damage $17 for $1. So it was an interesting discussion. So in brief, it is not really, these things are a compromise. You look at how the two will work together. Of course, as you try to look for the balance, if you have an recycled packaging, like that one of $1, and the value of the food is $17, well, that's an economic decision, which sometimes has to be made. So normally it is not cut. Packaging development is a compromise.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to end of our session in regards to challenges and opportunities in sustainable packaging innovation. I do hope you've had an opportunity to get your question answered. As for the rest of the questions, will be answered through our KEPRO website. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Joshua and team. Please have a panel photo. Join the panel if you could kindly stand. And we do have some token of appreciation for you as well there. Please look at the cameraman for the photo. Wonderful. Thank you very, very much. Kindly receive your tokens. Thank you for a very good session on the challenges and the opportunities. I know we usually focus on the challenges, but it's also good that they have shed some light on all the innovation and design thinking that is available for us to push the needle further on sustainable packaging. Please take your seats. We now move into the next session, which is EPR as a catalyst for circular innovation. This session has proudly been sponsored by the Danish Industry for East Africa, and it's my pleasure to invite Klaus Christensen, the Regional Manager for Danish Industries East Africa, to lead us through this session. One clap for him. Welcome, Klaus.
Thank you, MC. And good afternoon. I know we are somewhat behind schedule, so we'll try and make this panel quite speedy. So now the pressure is on the panelists. I'll invite up in a second. But yes, we are looking into not only seeing EPR as a burden and a compliance thing, but also where investment can happen and where we get ESG metrics behind it. So personally, I come from the Danish industry. We are a very large chamber of commerce representing 20,000 companies. In Denmark, circular economy is already mainstream, and I want to say in Europe. So when investors, they look at a business, they look at it through an ESG framework, and that includes circularity. They look at, have they done a life cycle assessment? Have they done design thinking when building the product? So this is already quite household, and because Kenyan companies are part of global value chains, this will also come to Kenya. EPR is here to stay. It's not going to go away, even though we don't like it maybe. So what you'll hear from the panelists are some insight into how they see this working, and we'll also discuss a bit about what's been Kenya's path towards EPR, because countries around the world have treated this differently. So we'll get an insight into this. We'll try and keep it snappy, around 20 minutes. But panelists, please come up here. Zaran Jao from GFS, Georgina Washuka from CAM, and Mumbi Kiga from Dow Chemicals. Please make your way to the stage with your one-clap introductions. It's an all-girls panel. I love it, right? We've got some very powerful people in this panel, and I love that it's all women. So welcome on board, guys. And I shouldn't say guys, I should say team. Yeah. Welcome again. So you are in different industries and representing different sectors. And we brought you here because you also have international insight. You know what's going on around the world. So maybe if I kick off with you, Mumbi, from Dow Chemicals, as a very large multinational player, what are you seeing in different markets in terms of innovation going into packaging and new products from your point of view?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I think the world is evolving very quickly. The last 7 years have been quite dynamic when it comes to packaging and innovation that are going into packaging. But I'll talk about, and of course it is evolving in a very stressed and actively engaged environment where pressure is mounting on companies like ourselves to start thinking actively about how we can change the material plastics into more circular material, and of course, as we bring it into the industry and produce products that can become circular. But what we are seeing, 4 areas we are seeing in terms of innovation: monomaterials, lightweighting is a big conversation today, because that's where we are able to enhance the value chain and make the value chain a bit more, resilient. We can be able to identify, collect, and recycle very quickly if materials are lighter, they are single monomaterials, and we are able to get that. If we can get that right, then we are moving really fast. The other thing is that we are seeing a big investment and innovation around recycling. I know this market is very much mechanical recycling, but we are seeing a big drive into chemical recycling, investments into chemical recycling. And that's where we are able to convert the very difficult to recycle materials into something else. So again, investment coming to that space. And I think for members, the people who are here, you need to really think about those spaces, because the investments is following those pillars, especially in chemical recycling. We talked about tech, and we heard about Taka talking about the inclusion of tech in the value chain. Again, a lot of innovation in tech. How can we trace materials through tech? AI is now driving how we can identify material in the environment, including adding some capabilities in the packaging so that we can trace it better. So again, tech companies here, you have got a very nice areas to play and participate. And finally, reusable packaging. Again, refilling. Brand owners are using refilling options when they're designing their packaging. So those 4 areas are where we are seeing most of the investment going. Monomaterials, tech, chemical recycling, and reusable and packaging, especially at global level.
Thank you for bringing that up, Mumbi. And yes, I mean, chemical recycling is coming up a lot. Also, when we've been discussing textiles here in Kenya, that's a bit of also a holy grail. It's very expensive to do chemical recycling, but it's usually a game for the large players, and Dow Chemicals, you're one of the few who have perfected it. But it's not a cheap endeavor, so if you're sitting out there as an SME thinking about this, you may want to think about partnering up with Dow Chemicals, and you also run a kind of an accelerator program where you invite in innovation partnerships with other players. And just on the data side that you mentioned, allow me also just to stress on that, and I think Benson from MTACA also said it, that yes, without the numbers, the hard numbers behind it, investors are not going to find their way into this space. So we cannot underestimate having proper data analysis going on in waste management. Thank you, Mumbi. And over to you, Georgina. You represent Kenya Association of Manufacturers. So you are representing 1,200 manufacturing companies in this country. How are you going about the pressure from outside in terms of regulation impacting Kenyan companies when it comes to waste management, due diligence, certificate of origin, etc.? Can you say a little bit about that?
Thank you very much, Klaus. Yes, we represent a big number of industries in the country. And I can say as CAM, we have been in that discussion on waste management. You know, when we look a while back, there were quite a number of things that were happening in the countries, pronunciation for bans, you know, restrictions and all that. And CAM had to step up like the big brother and just take responsibility to see how we can engage government to ensure we have this waste management discussion done in a constructive way. And this is what has led to EPR actually. So way back, we have been part of this progress. So we started with the plastics, which was the big menace in the environment, and a lot has gone on. I would say maybe as CAM, I sit here as a mother to all this conversation, because were it not for us to intervene, I don't think we'd be having even all these policies that we are discussing here today. And I would like to say that we are not in shortage of policies in this space in the country. Quite a number of things. I wish Dr. was here. I would have challenged him about the good job that Parliament has done. Yes, it is a good job. The regulations, yes, required, but there's a bit of mismatch, because some of these regulations that were passed during December when we were settling for Christmas were not really aligned to what we have right now. If you look at the plastics regulations which were referred to here early in the morning, there was no public participation that was done to inform an updated situation in that regulation. So what is there is a bit mismatched. It's a bit of overlap with what we're having in the EPR policy. We have the KEPRO people who are struggling to try and come up with biodegradable standards. We have the toxic and hazardous chemical regulations, which is talking of packaging. So all these things we are trying to grapple with as industry. And you see, of course, it makes it a bit difficult for industry to conduct its business. So we are trying. We've been doing a lot of sensitizations, if you could call it, or just creating awareness for industries. And industries have actually taken up, and she has just mentioned a lot of the things that industry has taken up. And I don't know how many of you have taken time to go back behind there and look at the inventions that are there. There's a lot of invention that, investment in invention that is taking place to promote recyclability. There are other new concepts that are coming, like bulk packaging. There are other new things that are coming, like, there's the recycling. And of course, there's the very first place where you just choose to do away with excessive packaging, So there are so many things that are happening in the space that industry is trying to do. And for us as CAM, this is a very important discussion because we're trying to expand our markets for Kenyan products beyond Kenya. So we have to align to the global requirements and principles on sustainable production. So circularity is a very big thing for us. Those of you who are watching Mashujaa Day yesterday, we had our CEO recognized as a Shujaa, and one of the pillars that was recognized with this big title was on sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgina. And I can only agree that Kenya is a Mashujaa in Africa in terms of good policies, but sometimes implementation is where we are struggling. And we are basically here today because we believe in public-private partnerships. So we are in that conundrum of push and pull all the time. What comes first, regulation or market drivers, right? And that's also where you come in, Sarah, working for GFS. So you are quite active around Africa, helping countries to implement different EPR systems. And now in Europe, we also have a brand new packaging directive that just came in this month. Could you say a bit about what you're seeing out there when you go around implementing EPR schemes in Africa?
I'll just say that when the key policy that we see that is going to affect the let's say the East African market, where my market share is the EU PPWR, because East Africa, we tend to trade a lot with Europe. And I don't think even our own policymakers, when we go to do business talks with EU in Kenya, those kind of trade conversation that we've actually had intensive conversation about what is expected of East African market and producers when it comes to when they take their products into the EU. So for instance, the PPWR has several mandates, which one is for design for recycling, post-consumer recycled content, which is graduated all the way to 2030. Then we have deposit return mechanisms, harmonizing labeling requirements. I know, I think it's Sustainable Inclusive Business had done something on plastic packaging for HDPE. Then there is also restrictions of certain formats and materials. And I don't think if we are going to, and I don't know whether they are underage here. I know Tusker, the brand, is actually is one of the brands that Diageo and EABL actually imports to EU. I don't know whether the sticker around it will be accepted in Europe unless we do design for recycling. Then they have set standards for waste reduction targets. But they also have one thing that I think it's an opportunity for all of people in business is letter of compatibility for people who do not need to, you're just importing a product but is going to be repackaged again in the EU. And that's where GFS East Africa comes in. We've partnered with PsychPack by Veolia, where we want to walk the journey with the producers and business people in the East African market and even the larger African continent to how they will now start getting ready for EU PPWR, which means we work with you in the testing process, the certification process, and also what needs to be changed in your investments in terms of your own packaging, because we don't want people to find themselves in a place where you import your products, but at the port of entry, you're told you don't meet the requirements. So that is one of the things that we are working on.
Thanks, Sarah. And when you look at what's coming out of Europe, you may be thinking like, why is it getting so complicated, right? Why is Europe making it so complicated in terms of sustainability? I think there are two main aspects here. First of all, Europe believes in the green growth. So there's been taken an active stance to say sustainability is the way forward, even though Trump disagrees, right? And that's will stand forever. Europe is not likely to turn around on that one. And secondly, it's because the consumers want it. There are 400 million consumers in Europe that want this. They look at how was this product produced? How was this juice manufactured? What is the wrapping? Is it recyclable? Is it compostable? So these are consumers making demands to companies. And that will also happen to a much larger degree in Kenya. It's only a matter of time. It's already happening in cities like Nairobi with a big middle class putting demands on manufacturers. So this is what it means to be part of global value chains. This is coming also to Kenya and is already here to some extent. And maybe as a cross-cutting question to all of you, like, I mean, Kenya has taken one path in terms of EPR and circular economy. And that path was inspired by many different players and countries. It could be Europe, South Africa, etc. When you look at Kenya's path in EPR, I mean, how do you reflect on that? Has it been the right path? Is there a thing Kenya should have done differently, or are you saying spot on? And this is for everybody. Who wants to go first? Sarah.
I'll start and then I'll let Georgina and Mumbi continue with that. I believe it's a very progressive way in terms of EPR. However, there is one key thing that I tend to disagree on, is that we don't have recycling targets. We don't have reuse targets that have not been set by the enforcer herself, because Mother Nature is a woman, and this is a woman-led panel. And I think without the recycling targets being very key in the regulation, we would tend to have a lot of, and my apologies on this, we'll tend to have a lot of greenwashing happening in terms of that. So that is one thing that is missing, and we cannot have 100% recycling targets. That can't happen. It has not worked anywhere in the markets that we are in. We are in one of the most complicated markets, and that is India, and they don't have 100% recycling targets. So with granulated recycling targets, it gives producers time and PROs also time to set the EPR fees, know the recyclers, what kind of investments do you need to have, who do you need to approach in terms of investment. So that is one of the key things that is missing, but it's a very progressive regulation. We worked on it, so I think we can.
Thank you. We're taking notes, and also when I looked at the presentation from South Africa, I think they mentioned collection rates of recovery rates of about 70%. So impressive for Africa, but I agree we can never get 100%. Georgina.
Yeah, from my perspective, I think as a country, we really took a very big bite with regards to EPR. If you look at the regulations that are, being contested, suggested various waste streams. And I want to believe if KEPRO would sit back and tell us their journey on how they have come to be, it's not been an easy task, because as a country, we've had a bit of fragmented approach towards waste management, and some sectors feeling a little bit under, represented, like the waste collectors, they're not really formally recognized, and there's a gap in that, and maybe government needs to up its game and see how they can be all formalized. There's also a bit of shying away, like it was said in the morning that county governments are supposed to provide some infrastructure on waste management, but they have chosen to be a bit silent on that and maybe focus on other things at county level, but it is their responsibility if you look at the policies that are there. So we have been able to nurture at least 4 PROs right now, with KEPRO being one of the leads that's handling non-hazardous packaging, and I think they're opening up their space for different kinds of packaging. But we also have PACPRO that is also doing a similar job to what KEPRO is doing. We are working on coming up with one for e-waste, that's EPROC, and another one for hazardous packaging material, that is HAPROC. Why I'm mentioning this is because when you look at all these sectors, they are somehow linked, because there's some sort of packaging that is involved. There's the different waste streams that is coming up. And you saw Dr. in the morning saying that he was here to do what? What was the word? Shift blames or something like that. Because
the blame game.
Yeah, the blame game. Because the one thing that when one sector is aligned to what it's supposed to do, another sector gets exposed. But this is not the approach that we'd like to take as a country. I think we all need to sit and see how we can become harmonized. The sector has proved to be a very big job opportunity provider for this government. And I think it's time that we have a discussion for everybody that is involved in one space and see how this works out. Because once you get into that quote unquote competitive bit, it does not become effective. Remember, recycling and waste collection on that works with economies of scale. So the more you have out of it, the better you're able to manage it, the easier you're able to track it, the easier you're able to recover it, and all those things that come with it. So we are hoping that we can have a little bit on that. And maybe one more thing I need to mention, I think Bomet did not mention when she was talking about eco-labeling. As CAM, we actually have developed an eco-labeling guideline for Kenya, and I want to appreciate the Danish industry. Klaus, they were able to support us come up with that. So it's also one of the ways that we're supporting our industries and what industries is doing to ensure that we're actually also doing the right things in terms of waste management.
Thank you, Georgina. And Mumbi, maybe last word from a large corporate.
Yeah, I will take a different perspective when we talk about the motive. And of course, from a motive, when we talk about the motive of the EU, it was the EPR in EU are aligned to the circular economic goals. It's based out of a goal, the ambition of that region. What was our ambition? What was the motivation? It is the social issue. It's the problems that we saw. They were repairing a social problem and the menace with the law, meaning that we have now to walk backwards and to motivate the whole society to understand why EPR laws are necessary. And I think that is, while it is robust, it's ambitious, it is wonderful, it has to be done. I think the path is the right one, but it's going to be more tedious to get to do the right thing because the ambition has to now be brought to the table, the real ambition. And that's what we are doing. We're trying to remind the sector that it's about running your business well. It's about the right thing to do. It's about almost common sense. We're doing the right thing. But before that, the regulator was sorting an issue. So the ambition was right. How to do it is something else. But of course, combined with all what they've said. But the path has to be walked. And of course, model global standards. Because when we model those global standards, our products, the products that we're all developing today locally, will eventually go to a global market. You're not going to trade them locally all the time. Meaning that the recycled content that you're building will go to an EU market. Meaning that convergence between our laws and global laws need to have. So we are modeling well. We are building better, but it's going to be a very tedious way because the ambition was not aligned to the circular economic goals, in my view.
Thank you for reminding of that ambition and also the fact that we are all part of global value chains, whether we like it or not. So that's some food for thought. I think you've all been quite patient with us. Sorry about the delay, but we'll wrap this up so we can get to lunch. Can we give the panel a big power clap? Thank you very much. I'll hand it back to the MC for lunch instructions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Klaus. We'll take a group photo right there. And I think there are some tokens of appreciation to be handed to you as well. Let's give them a round of applause. I think the sessions that we've been having are very, very rich. Please look at the cameraman. Thank you. Thank you very much. As you receive your tokens of appreciation, I want to remind us that our booths are still available at the back. There's some really, really innovative and great things that companies are doing. Please walk around and get to see where you can plug in or how you can partner. Continue to network. We are now going into lunch. Lunch will be served on 8th floor. You will get your vouchers as you walk out. And our lunch is going to be a maximum of 40 minutes. 40 minutes, please, because of our time crunch. We do want to end on time. So if you could kindly be back seated here, by what time? It's now 1:50. Okay, let's just call it 2 p.m. to round it off. But 2 p.m. latest, please guys, comply with us. Be seated, ready for the next session. We promise it's an exciting afternoon session for you. Anything? Oh, my apologies. My apologies. Okay, so do we call it 2:30 then? Will you manage to eat? James tells me we have starters. It's a 5-course meal. Will you manage to do it in 2:40 maximum? We'll be walking around. Please feel free to go 8th floor. You'll receive your vouchers as you walk out, and see you at 2:40. Thank you.
Issues into their business processes.
Are we ready, team? Okay. We seem to be having some technical delays. So follow me. Touch your nose. Look at me and touch your nose. Wow. Touch your ears. Touch your shoulders. Touch your mouth. Touch your ears. Touch your head. Touch your knees. Touch your shoulders. Touch your knees. Touch your nose. Stretch out a bit. Okay, I think that will do it. So you may please have your seats. We have already had our seats and we have stretched. So we will now move into the next session, which I will now ask Cynthia to come closer to the stage as she tells us a little bit about our accelerator program and what is in store for us this afternoon. Oh, Mary is not here. We can give a round of applause for, for Cynthia.
Hello. Great. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're well. We've all had lunch. I hope we won't snooze off in the next sessions, but they will be as interactive as possible. So this afternoon, we'll be presenting 2 key programs that have been running this year under KEPRO. One of them is the Accelerator program. So early this year, around May, we set out a call for businesses whereby we wanted to help them scale their circular economy solutions. And we had quite a couple of good applications coming in, and we narrowed it down to around 8 active businesses. So these businesses have been through various sessions trying to improve their knowledge in terms of business and how they can better themselves. Some of the sessions that we've had them go through is on business model canvas. We've also had investor preparedness. We've also had an introduction to ESG. We know that nowadays you really cannot speak about business without talking about sustainability. And that is where ESG is key in this case. So this accelerator program is the 2nd edition. We had the first edition running in 2024, whereby it was strictly for our members. Although now this year we said it would be better if we open it up, not only just to our members, but even to other business who are not part of the KEPRO ecosystem. So following the various sessions that they've gone through, which is a total of 10 up to date, today is their graduation day, whereby now they're pitching to investors. So because of time, we'll be running a concurrent session in one of the breakout rooms. If you'd like to join us and like to listen into what these businesses have to offer, you're very much welcome. And at this point, I'd like to request all the participants of the Accelerator program, as well as the judges. This is Klaus, Mr. Michael Masharia, if you're in the room. Yes, kindly join us in the breakout session, and also Mr. Akshay, I believe he is around. So if you're interested, kindly, we'll be in the other side. And we'll also have another presentation of another program that KEPRO has been running on awareness with the schools. So thank you so much. And as I conclude, this also is part of marketing. We'll be running another accelerator program next year. So please keep an eye out on our socials and see when the call for applications will be open, and you can as well apply. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Faith. Cynthia, a round of applause for Cynthia and team. Anyone who wants to join the Accelerator program, they are in a breakout room to my left, your right. You can feel free to join them, because we are also now going to have a discussion around another program that we are having for KEPRO in schools. We've had the conversation around how do we then make this movement of sustainability embedded in our everyday life. And the answer is clear. Let's teach our young people so that by the time they're our age, they already have this ingrained in us. And for that presentation, I will call Faith Mwikali, who also works at KEPRO as a program officer. Faith, who will be telling us more about it. Please, one clap for Faith.
Protocol observed. All protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As I have been introduced, my name is Faith Mwikali, a Programs Assistant Officer at KEPRO, and I am sure we have spotted one or two students in the room, and we'd like to know more about what they are doing in our conference. So at KEPRO, one of our core values is community, and that doesn't just mean neighborhoods and households, but also the spaces where future change makers are growing. That's why we've extended our circularity efforts to include schools, ensuring that the next generation understands and practices responsible waste management from an early age. So at KEPRO, we have something called the Schools Recycling and Innovation Program, which we have engaged different schools all over the country. And we have been doing this since 2023. And so far, we have been able to engage different primary and secondary schools. So this year, we have partnered with a different organization known as Challenge Aid, and they have been of help to us as the entry point in the schools. And the Schools Recycling and Innovation Challenge program this year has been involving 8 different types of schools, 7 primary schools, and 1 high school, that is Alliance High School. And therefore, we've been working closely with the environmental and climate clubs just to turn awareness into action. So we have been having structured steps in the program, where first we have been creating awareness in the schools. And this basically is just to inform them of the 3 R's, that is reduce, reuse, and recycle, just to help them understand the importance of waste segregation and also circular economy principles. And so the second one, we moved awareness to action, where we engaged the students in the actual segregation at source. So this is where we were able to distribute bins in the schools, and actually involving the students to segregate their waste, educating them on the different color-coded bins and what is to go where. So we were able to distribute 166 bins in the schools this year. And also, students have informed us that they've also disseminated this information to their parents at home to be able to segregate their waste. So the third step of this program is also the recycling and innovation challenges, where students are encouraged to create something innovative out of waste, or rather something artistic. And this not only sparked innovation, but showed them that waste truly has value when handled right. So as I mentioned earlier, we did this in partnership with Challenge Aid. And at this juncture, I'd like to call Michael Nyaga from Challenge Aid. Please let's invite him with a hearty clap. Michael Nyaga, please come forward. I'd like Michael to tell us more about the partnership and how we worked with the schools. Thank you. Karibu sana, Michael.
Thank you so much. All protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Michael Nyaga, and I'm honored to represent Challenge Aid Africa, an organization that transforms lives of young people in disadvantaged communities through education, mentorship, sports, and talent development. For Challenge Aid, we work in Mathare, Kibra, and Mombasa and Arusha, creating what we proudly call the Schools of Hope. These Schools of Hope, they are safe spaces where learners can come after school, do their studies, grow, and dream beyond their circumstances. So at Challenge Aid, our work is built around the 6 pillars that empower the next generation. The first pillar, the pillar of academic support. So we provide safe after-school learning spaces where learners can study, do homework, and receive mentorship. So we encourage peer-to-peer learning through study groups, debate, and quiz competitions, helping learners to achieve academic excellence. We also work under the pillar of life skills and mentorship, where we conduct interactive life skill sessions, covering different topics that are affecting our different learners from the community that you're working with. And through this mentorship, we guide learners to set goals, build confidence, and make a positive life choices. We also work under the pillar of talent and creative development, where we believe that every child has a gift. Through our vibrant programs, like the Mathare Got Talent, the Kibra Got Talent, and the Mombasa Got Talent, and also Arusha Got Talent. We give young people a platform to express themselves through dance, drama, poetry, music, and modeling. So this event promotes creativity, teamwork, and self-expansions while nurturing future community leaders. So like this year, in August, we are happy and proudly to say that we partnered with KEPRO during the Mathare Got Talent under the theme, My Waste, My Responsibility. And during that event, we get to get learners from different the schools of hope that we are running. They came together and they showcase a different talent when it comes to under the theme, My Waste, My Responsibility. And it was really, really creative. And when I finish, we'll have one of the winners of the Mathare Got Talent this year. They will come here and show us what they did in the Mathare Got Talent. So you also cover the Mr. and Miss Environmental 2025-2026, so inspiring learners to take pride in protecting our planet.
It was a memorable event that blended the talent, environmental awareness, and community spirit. We are now preparing, this year we'll also have another talent event for KEPRO Got Talent that will take place in November. And we look forward once again to partner with KEPRO to continue inspiring change through the art and youth voices. We also have the community and environmental engagement. We engage learners in community service projects, the cleanups activity, planting of trees in schools, and recycling of the waste materials. And I'm happy to say that through the partnership that we have partnered with KEPRO, we have seen this is successfully done. And we are working with them in our different schools that we work with in the community. And they have successfully assisted us in getting the bins and make sure that the activity of the environmental conservation is well captured and maintained. We also work under the pillar of sports and motivation, where we support a wider range of sports, football, volleyball, handball, cricket, and rugby. So to promote the teamwork, discipline, and physical well-being. We also host motivational session and reward program to recognize learners who are outstanding. Our annual sports day for this year, it will be held in November, 1st November, in Madare area, slum. So you're all welcome to come and participate and to see what we normally do. So we also promote safeguarding and well-being. Above all, we ensure every learner is in a safe and supportive environmental. We regularly hold sessions on child protection and mental health and emotional intelligence, ensuring well-being of all learners. At Challenge It, our mission is simply yet powerful to empower, inspire, and transform young lives. So through partnership like the one we have with KEPRO, we are shaping a generation of value education and promote environmental. So we really appreciate the partnership that we have with KEPRO, and we know that we will go far. So we have some of the photos that for what we normally have in the schools of hope that we do. So like, for example, this one is one of the center whereby you can see learners doing their studies and others playing chess. That is during after school or on weekends. So with those few remarks, we really appreciate KEPRO for everything that you have done and for the partnership that you are having together. So we'd like to take this chance to welcome the team that stood out in the Madare Got Talent to perform for us the poem. So welcome. Welcome to Mennonite. So Mennonite is a school in Mukuru, kwa Ruben, slum. So welcome. Asante sana.
When I'm not found, to this land. innovation. Science of ways she never knew. Creative as she little too. Susie's lad, we cry for you. As we write for this examination, we look to the sky with desperation. Oh nay, God, did you give us hands to flow, to stronger rivers, to stop their flow? God, did you give us hands to chop, on air with rapid in every song? Oh, forgive our anger, the answer is no. But Susie's light and her back, left behind a poison trap. Now floods rise, the sun strikes dry, and we look around and wonder why. Susie's light, we cry for you. Let's not be Susie's light. Let's not our planet story die. Let's run our ways, respect the earth, and give her back our rightful one. We'll sort, reduce, and reuse today, because our future can decay. My waste, my duty, my waste, my responsibility.
I think Madam Mary will allow us to give a better clap, right? All right. So these were the winners of the Mathare Got Talent show, and the theme of the Mathare Got Talent was My Waste, My Responsibility, hence the theme of the poem, speaking about waste. So at this juncture, I'd like to invite Madam Mary Njogu from NECC. We have some tokens of appreciation for the students. I think they did a good job and they deserve a reward.
How did you know that I love children and school-going children?
I think they also came with one teacher. Please come forward. So we request you to go back up so that you can get good photos. Is that okay? Just 1 minute. Thank you, Mennonite. Thank you, Madam Mary and Madam Mary. Right. So within the KEPRO cycling program, we also involved Alliance High School. There was only one high school this time round, and that was Alliance High School. And so we were able to interact with them very closely. They were able to attend our Taka tours. They learned more about recycling. And I'd like to invite one of their teachers to come forward, please. Madam, please hurry up. Kidogo tu. So let's give her a clap as she comes kindly.
All protocol observed. Good afternoon. Mrs. Rotich Mwanga, a teacher of chemistry and physics in Alliance. I have the honor of representing the Environment Club of Alliance, and it's a pleasure to have you today among such passionate and committed individuals seated, actually to talk about the value of waste. It is really a privilege. I want to give a short story about KEPRO and our Space Alliance High School. Our journey with KEPRO began when we first learned about their commitment to sustainability and corporate responsibility. This happened when we had a fire outbreak at our open dumping site in our school, that is in February, and the fire destroyed our biodiversity due to carelessness in dumping and management of the waste. We sat back and had a thought as a club, why don't we seek help? And luckily enough, through Zablon, Eunice, and the Log in Kenya, we were able to link up with KEPRO. That first interaction sparked a connection that has since grown into a deeply valued partnership. There's been a continuous follow-up, progress, and we really appreciate as an institution. After the link up, KEPRO came in so fast and organized a training on waste management, introduced a waste collection center, and gave us 25 bins. In June, they took us to a Taka tour to learn on waste management and waste recycling. Late July, the school through KEPRO had an innovation challenge. The students are going to showcase. And the winning house displayed what they did and they were awarded. In September, 50 bins were added, and they took us again to a second Taka tour in Thika. We visited 4 sites, and the club learned about plastics that are recycled into fuels, landfills and open dumping. And also we had plastic bottles recycled into fiber for making mattresses, the pillows, the cushions, and the clothing like the polyester and the nylon. And then we also had a paper waste collection center. These contributions have not only strengthened our environment club's efforts, but they have also created ripples of awareness and action across our entire institution. Students are more engaged, staff are more supportive, and sustainability is no longer a concept. Actually, it's a movement that is gaining momentum. Last but not least, on behalf of the administration, that is our chief principal, Mr. Chomba, we are truly grateful for the KEPRO's vision and generosity. We respectively ask for your continued support and collaboration through mentorship, resources, opportunities to expand our work, and we believe there is so much we can accomplish together. Thank you. God bless you all. At this juncture, I would like to welcome our dear boys, that is our dear students, to come and showcase what they've been doing in our institution. Karibuni.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Newton Njoroge, or rather Mr. President, and I'm privileged to serve Alliance High School as the Campbell House Chairman, Form 4 Representative, GOBC Chairman, Clubs and Societies President. So before I even begin, let me say that the level of Alliance High School pride that's about to be displayed is just banter, okay? Don't take it to heart, even though it's real, like it's very realistic. So First of all, I heard the person who requested a teacher to come say we unfortunately had one high school. Such unfortunate, it was Alliance. Okay? Yeah. So, before we even came to a decision to create all of this, we decided to ask ourselves a number of questions. The first one being, what do we have? What can we do? And how long will it last? So the first part, I'd like to request you to hand me the bottle. So we are, our school is 148 acres, and our school is the main venue for every function that is associated with high schools. So that leads to a lot of accumulation of bottles. So we decided we want something that can work in a circular system as your theme. So we decided you're gonna break the bottle into two halves, the top half and the second half. So for the second half, the bottom half that is, we decided to have our vertical gardens. You can just walk around with them. So the beauty of coming to Alliance, that is that we are not just about creating, we are about integrating it into our systems. So these are actively all over our school and they're being kept. Because Alliance High School, once again, being Alliance High School, is very great, by the way. That was your cue to laugh. Yeah, yes, yeah. So Alliance High School being great in itself, everything in our school is associated with our houses. So we have innovation competitions, and this is key because it has been associated with our environment inspections. So the house that does this to the best extent is awarded. So that is for the bottom half of the bottle. So second of all, we asked ourselves, what can we do with the top half? We decided we can use the top half to assist the bottom half. Get it? Yeah. So we decided, okay, let me be clear. Once again, it is Alliance High School. We do have a seedling farm. So this doesn't necessarily, isn't necessarily something we can upkeep as students because we do also have to focus on our studies. But basically, for all of this, we use these jerry cans that are located around the school. We plant this, and with the bottom part, we do drip irrigation. It's just a hole here, and the bottom and the top half is put to good use, isn't it? Yes. So we also decided, well, we can be decorative. You know, masculinity isn't very. We can also be decorative. So we decided we can make our own flower pots using the bottles themselves. I'd like to request this team there to present the pictures. Yes, so Alliance High School isn't about creating, it's about integrating because it's Alliance High School. So they're all over our schools, it's all over the school, and the main motto we have is my waste is my responsibility. So the next one. Cleanliness is next to Wangai. You know, like God is Ngai. Yeah, Wangai is the name of this house. Get it? That was your cue to laugh. Yeah. Yes. The next one. Yes, it's all about positive reiterations for the environment. The next one, I believe there's a next one. Yes, we also decided let's be educative. So we teach ourselves. These are posted on the house walls. So this is a part of Selwood House. So it's a matter of how to deal with organic waste, how to deal with plastic waste, and how to deal with paper waste. The next one. So everything that you have seen has been made by recycled milk cartons. Nothing has been procured rather than the paint itself. So everything is recycled cartons, recycled bottles. Yeah, Alliance. The next one. Yes, so this is a funny one. So the house itself is called Selwood. So they were like, Selwood, instead plant trees. Yes. That was another cue to laugh. Thank you. I believe that sums up our presentation. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. For the last presentation, please project it. So I came up with an app. It's called Recycle. So from the session 1 we had about how to motivate people. This is an app for the public people. So as you can see, points earned. This is from the questions you ask, you answer from the Q&A. This is the amount of money that you get from the waste that you sell. The carbon credits. So every time when you recycle something, especially things that are organic, you are preventing the emission of carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. So you are told of how many credits you are getting from the carbon. So you can see 0.5 kilograms of carbon dioxide prevented, how many items you have recycled, and then it gives a motivation where you have helped save energy equivalent to powering 46 homes for a day. Active challenges where you are told complete this task to get a certain time or a certain amount of points which are redeemable. The next slide, RVM. So this one is the reversed vending machine. So for this one, we want to be a little bit, let's say, ambitious. You have heard of the Coca-Cola promotion, where you collect a bottle, you take the code, then you get 10 shillings. What I'm trying to change is that, what if the promotion was recycle a bottle, then you get that 10 shillings? Because people just go collecting bottles, they get the code, they throw away the bottle top and the bottle. What if the promotion was changed to collect the bottle so that you can get the promotion? A way of motivating somebody to care for the environment and also get the 10 shillings. The next slide. So here is the type of waste that is collected. You specify the amount. You are taken through a process of your location. You'll be given the information of the person who will be taking care of the pickup and all that, and even the company where that waste will be taken. And also you'll be told the amount of money that you'll be getting, the carbon dioxide you're preventing from being emitted to the environment, and all that. The next. So the part of the credit, as I said earlier, for the carbon credits, what you're able to accomplish in a whole month. In the first session, you said how to motivate people into wanting to conserve the environment. Some people do it for the money, some people do it for being role models, for the fame and all that. So this is where like your scores are placed in. I believe you are all acquainted with Wavumbuzi challenge, the one that you're told to answer several questions, then in the end you're given a certificate and all that. So simply nearly the same as that. Next slide. So the part for the learning is where you're told, you're given the basic information, you can click on one of them. Previous. Yeah. No. Okay. So here you know the knowledge impact, the recycling accuracy of being able, how much type, the amount of waste that you have recycled, the knowledge that you have, and all that. Then the last slide. Now the rewards, as I've said, is from the points that you have earned from answering questions, and then scroll down. So we are trying to also place in this feature where instead of getting the actual money, we want to partner with the online shopping apps so that those points that you get are redeemable to be used in the online shopping apps. Since most of these online shopping apps, the package they use to package your bought good, they usually end up to the environment. So we'll be partnering with them so that the people who are conserving the environment can be able to get the points to be used on their online shopping apps. And I believe that's all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the president, please let's clap for them once again. All right. So in the spirit of the recycling program, so we had the members who are here, or rather the students who are here, they were able to score the best in their houses because the innovation challenge was a competition internally within their houses. So they were able to emerge the best with the best innovations. Please, let's clap for them once again. Right. So with that, we have a token of appreciation for them. So we had planned to do something for the school, and we have decided as KEPRO, we are going to award them. And so at this juncture, I'd like to invite Madam Wamboi Mbarire. Please come forth. And so the school, actually requested for us to paint for them, or rather to buy paint for that particular house. And so today we are going to issue a check of 50,000 Kenyan shillings to them. So I'd ask Madam Rotich, please come forward and receive the check on Alliance behalf. So the students can also come forward because they're the ones who did the most work. Please, karibuni sana. We also have tokens for them individually. So there are people at the back, there are students at the back. Please make sure you're seen. Thank you so much, Madam Wamboi. Thank you so much, Alliance High School. Please, a better clap for them. So that's it from the KEPRO schools, KEPRO in schools. Thank you so much for having, for giving us your audience. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Faith. You definitely saved the best for last. A better round of applause for them. I think we've ended on a high. Our hearts are full. We've seen the future is bright. The future is confident. The future is intelligent. And they know what we're after, isn't it? So it was really, really heartening to see, what the students are able to do, where their thinking is, that they're receiving from their teachers and also from KEPRO and other organizations. So well done to you as well. We kicked off this conference with a question asking you what your expectations were. And now we want to know how you feel about it. So please scan the code that you can see on the screen or go to menti.com and give us your genuine feedback based on the questions that are going to pop up. If you're using menti.com, the code is 3303-9193. If you're scanning, you should go in directly. Scan the QR code, menti.com, 3303-9193. If everyone is in, we can now see what questions are there. What are the key takeaways or new insights from today's conference? Just give us one. One key takeaway from this conference. Genuine responses. We want to keep growing and building ourselves year on year. The future is bright, I totally agree. Life cycle assessment. Involving the younger generation, we have to be responsible. Consumer awareness, still a lot of work required there. Product life cycle. Circularity is very much possible, yes it is. Kaizen and one clap. It starts with individual responsibility to manage waste. Behavior change. Involvement of young people. This last session has really left a mark. Or it's the only one you remember. Pass information to others. Yes, sustainability is circular. We can take a few more. Segregation at source is key. It is very key, yes. Behavior change with 3 exclamation marks. Community knowledge. We all have a responsibility. My waste, my responsibility. Even Alliance have it. So well done. Okay. Is there another question on the platform? So now we have talked the whole day about circular packaging. So what is it? Are these responses anonymous? Because some people, there's someone who said they had no idea what it is in the morning. We are hoping we have changed your mind. What is circular packaging? Reusable packaging, reusable, recyclable packaging, zero waste. Some of them were still there in the morning. That which can be reused, making a valuable product out of waste without littering the environment. Packaging that can be repurposed, recyclable packaging, packaging that gives room for reuse, recycling, redesign to attain zero waste. Packaging that is designed to not end up in our environment. Okay. It is the solution for better rollover for next generation, closing the loop. Once the product has been consumed, the packaging material starts a new supply chain process. James, our work is done. We go home. These people they're professionals now, they're experts. Packaging that can be recycled. All right, I think that is in order. Before we go to next year's conference, do we want to ask what can be improved? Transparency is important. What can we improve before we go there? Or we ask after this? So James, even if you put next year's conference on Christmas Day, you have 31 people who will attend and refer others to attend. So we are good to go. We are good to go. I think we can ask the final one, areas of improvement. Like we said, we always want to improve. Is there anything we can enhance on this conference? Do you want to be taken to Mombasa? Do you want to go to Denmark? The niche industry has left the room. Are there topics you feel that are futuristic that we need to discuss now and maybe open up opportunities to create, more jobs for ourselves? Consumer awareness, run more public campaigns to educate people on waste segregation and recycling, enhance collection systems, set up more convenient drop-off points, and strengthen something. Time management, time. Where? We rushed the panels a bit. Do more awareness in counties. Time management and more room for questions and discussions. Keeping time. Can we go down and see more? Improve the number of waste speaker groups to attend. Okay, we've noted that. Sensitization and awareness creation on behavior change towards sustainability of a green future, time management, and us allowing engagements. Okay, I think there is a common theme of time management. So we will improve. Let me stop there because of time. So, before I call the rapporteur, I just want to say, for me, it's really been a journey from the morning when we talked about awareness to action. We've explored the challenges and opportunities in sustainable packaging. We've seen how EPR is sparking circular innovation. We've celebrated the launch of the Sustainable Waste Management Toolkit. I hope you all have a copy. If not, I hope you have the online version. I think it's on our website. Yes. It's on the website. And you've had the declaration. It is a good document. It has even been requested to be sent to schools as a guidance on waste management practices. So please educate yourselves and share it with others. We've been inspired by KEPRO Circular Accelerator and KEPRO in schools, of course, nurturing the next generation of sustainability champions. If you're here and you're an older brother, an uncle, an auntie, a parent, and a grandparent, you also have a responsibility, isn't it? Let's teach them, because some of the things we've been unable to achieve, they can do it for us. So together we've proven that circularity isn't just an idea, it is indeed a, guess, it is a, Gary, it is a movement. Say movement. Say as if we've eaten and drank coffee. Movement. So let's go out there, collaborate, innovate, and keep Kenya thriving, guys. It's on us. For our people and our planet and the progress we were talking about. So for me as the MC, I say thank you. I'll now invite Brandy Boyd to do some rapporteuring for us and then invite James to close the session for us. A round of applause for Brandy. She's a sustainability consultant.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brandy, and I've had the honor to serve as the rapporteur for this year's KEPRO Circular Economy Conference under the theme, Thriving Together, People, Planet, and Progress. Allow me to begin by appreciating our leaders who have inspired today's discussion. The KEPRO CEO, Mr. James Odongo, for opening today's ceremony and telling us about KEPRO's impactful work. The KEPRO chair, Mr. Steve Muli, for reminding us that sustainability is a shared movement built on trust and collaboration. Our chief guest, His Excellency, Honorable Francis Mwangangi, for calling us to consistency, engagement, and county partnerships that balance business and the environment. And our keynote speaker, Professor Judy Wakungu, EGH, whose words, "A ban is not an end, but a beginning," reminded us that Kenya's leadership in waste management remains a global benchmark. Throughout the day, one message echoed in every room: sustainability is not about compliance, it's about commitment. Commitment to our people, our planet, and to progress that endures. We began with the people session, where my waste, my responsibility was the key theme. Speakers urged us to move beyond awareness to real action to make segregation, recycling, and responsibility part of daily life. As one panelist said, EPR is the Robin Hood for the environment, redistributing responsibility where it belongs, to all of us. In the Planet session, we explored sustainable packaging and circular design. We learned that every package tells a story, from raw material to disposal, and that sustainability must be designed in from the start. A key highlight today was the launch of the second edition of the Sustainable Waste Management Toolkit, led by Dr. Ayub Masharia and KEPRO. This updated toolkit captures the voices of waste actors across Kenya and reinforces a powerful truth. Waste is not just waste, it's value waiting to be recovered. In the progress session, we looked at EPR as a catalyst for circular innovation. Discussions on the EU packaging regulations and insights from the Danish industry, CAM, and DAO showed us that Kenya's private sector is ready to align with global standards, making circularity a driver of competitiveness and investment. Finally, in the afternoon, we were inspired by young innovators through the KEPRO in Schools program and presentations that they gave us just now, and learning about the Circular Accelerator program, proof that the future of sustainability is already here, powered by creativity and collaboration. That's all from me. I'd like to thank you all for attending today's event, and I'll invite the CEO to give a vote of thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Brandy. Maybe with the permission of Madam Mary. Okay, just one clap. Thank you very much. Okay, now I know time is really gone. Maybe with the permission of the MC. Mumo, you had your energizer. Because I'm seeing, kindly, if you can wake up the gentleman sleeping next to you, that one next to you. The one next to you, kindly, just confirm they're awake. So I'll ask that we stand, just before I do my vote of thanks, to ensure that we are all awake for the vote of thanks. Mumo, ready when you are? I think in the meantime, we can go with the retired joke of you telling your neighbor that you must have been a beautiful baby. Please just, even if you don't believe it, please. So Mumo, we are ready? Mumo, give me a sign. Okay, so we are ready in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Throw. Stop, 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 stop. Oh. Oh, let's move. Good. Are you all ready?
3, 2, 1.
I clap for ourselves. So thank you very much. I would now want to go directly to the vote of thanks. First is to really thank all of us for having created time to be able to join us for this important conversation. So maybe just a quick survey. Who can remember the theme for the day today? Going once? Going twice? Mumo, just pull it down for a minute. Let us see. So, okay, you can leave this one. You can leave this one. Who can remember the topic of the first session of the day? Who can remember the first session of the day? $1 million going once? Somebody is trying to do a wild guess. She's saying people. I have a gift hamper from KEPRO. So going once. Session 1. Someone is looking at ChatGPT, but it is okay. So please come up. Yeah, just say it. Awareness plus action. I think you're in your own conference, but we will forgive you. We can have a roaming mic, kindly. There's somebody who wants to say something here. KEPRO Secretariat, please help us move the mic. Yes. It is okay. You are almost inside the conference, but I think you are next door. You might get a half. Yes.
Consumer behavior as the engine of EPR.
Makofi kwa. 1 million. 1 million nilisema tu once. Haikufika third. Is that okay? But you'll be able to get something from KEPRO as a reward. Now, quickly, session 2. Watu sasa washafungua program. So you'll see bolder faces. So session 2, what was the topic of session 2? There's somebody here? It's on.
We discussed on challenges and opportunities around the EPR.
I want the exact topic. Okay, there is somebody bold enough to try to give it a shot behind there.
Challenges and opportunities in sustainable packaging.
Okay, makofi kwake. All right, and then lastly, session 3. Oh, there's somebody behind there. Please introduce yourself and the organization you represent. Oh, you know, this side, there are people who are sleeping, so I almost forgot about them, but there's another question that is coming.
Good evening.
Good
My
evening.
name is Jael from Kiambu County Department of Health Services, Public Health. The third session was on EPR as a catalyst for circular packaging.
Good job. Okay, so for this session, we said KEPRO has a clarion call. Just exclusively for this section. What is KEPRO's clarion call? What is our motto kwa wenye walienda DEB Primary School? What is the KEPRO motto?
Yeah, the KEPRO motto is my waste, my responsibility.
Makofi kwake. And I think genuinely, if we are coming out with anything from this conversation today, is that my waste is my waste is my. And so with that, before I do my final vote of thanks, we like to do an oath every other time we do our conferences. And this is just part of continuing with what Akshay had asked us to do earlier on in the day. Do you remember what he had asked us to do? We share out our commitments, right? So right now, I also want us to take on an obligation. So I'll ask us to rise. And I'll ask you to raise your dominant hand. If you're to be sworn in as the president of the country, which hand would you be lifting? How high would you be lifting it? How high would you be lifting it? Okay, so are we ready to start? So you repeat after me, because we are taking an oath of allegiance. Is that okay? So I, James Odongo. Why are you calling my name? You are taking a personal oath. Are we doing that? So we start again. So I, James Odongo. This section that was sleeping is still calling my name. We need to move. So let's do it with finality. Is that okay? So I, James Odongo, in the presence of the people in this room, in the presence of the cameras in the room, including the CCTVs, from this day onward, do hereby swear that my waste is my responsibility. So help me God. Thank you. Sorry? No. Taka langu ni jukumu langu. I hope that clarifies. Is that okay? We can have our seats. All right, so now to my vote of thanks, for real. We'd want to thank all of us for being able to create time to be able to join us. You as our members at KEPRO and even non-members, we recognize that the conversation today was fairly sector agnostic, trying to present all industry actors, whether in the form of recyclers, manufacturers, distributors, as well as retailers, just with one shared and common belief around sustainable waste management practices. In addition, I also want to recognize our chief guest in absentia, our keynote speaker. And so just as a disclaimer, I noticed we had an issue with time. Interestingly, it is us, the participants, who sort of caused the delay, unfortunately. Our chief guest was here by 8 a.m., as surprising as it may sound. We had to wait for all of us to be in the room before we could start, but we hope we'll be able to improve on the same in future. I'd also want to recognize in absentia our keynote speaker, Professor Judy Wahungu, the former Minister for Environment. Our sponsors and partners, we'd not have been able to do this by ourselves as KEPRO. We had a lot of support from the Danish industries who've been able to play a critical role right from the first edition of the conference to where we are at right now on the third edition. The Danish Refugee Council also played a critical role coming in as silver sponsors. The same was also with the Kenya Climate Innovation sponsors, or rather Innovation Center. In terms of BMO endorsement, we received endorsement from the Kenya Alliance of Residents Association, and of course a bit of other endorsements came in, albeit informally and fairly late, but we recognize you nonetheless. The schools that were here, you've seen the good work that they've been able to do. Of course, at KEPRO, we then recognize that there's also need to bring up younger generations of eco-champs that are more cognizant of their role as far as environmental stewardship is concerned. So the Alliance High Schools and the rest of the schools represented by Challenge Aid, we thank you for being able to create time to be able to join us. To our suppliers, we really thank you. I know for some of us, we were here until 4 a.m. today, as being able to try and put everything together and in readiness for today's event. Our exhibitors also really thank you for being able to also trust in us and being confident that you'd also be able to showcase your brand in such a noble event. I'd also want to recognize the KEPRO Board of Directors. Here, I will really ask that we clap heartily, if you don't mind. And if you're a KEPRO Board Director that and is in the room, kindly just rise. We need to recognize you. KEPRO Board Directors. I know Joshua was on the floor. He serves on our board. under the membership committee. So in terms of any member-facing engagement, then he's the right person to engage with. We also have Madam Mary. She's also a committee member within the communications department or communications committee within the board. We have the one and the only Wamboi Mbarire from the Retail Traders Association of Kenya. She also sits on our board in the membership committee. Our able MC, really also thank you very much for doubling up as our MC. She sits in the communications department, so makofi kwake. And I think it's also good to recognize that she's also been fairly resourceful in curating and preparing the content for this conference. Lastly also, our board chair, Stephen Muli, of course, will also be engaging further even during the conference, the awards in the evening. So makofi tena. Here I'll allow for noise making a bit. Mpige makofi vizuri. As I told you, we're in the last quarter, salaries are being reviewed. So thank you very much. You may have your seats. I think I won't belabor the point in terms of appreciations to the MC. The rapporteur, Brandy, really thank you very much for your assistance. The KEPRO staff, I don't know whether they are in the room. I know there's another event ongoing, but for those who are here, kindly just stand. We recognize you. Mumo, heavy lifting. We were with him until midnight yesterday. Same to Winnie. So Mumo is the operations person. Anytime you call KEPRO, highly likely you'll find him first before you meet me. So he's the operations lead at KEPRO. We also have Winnie. Winnie is the comms person or comms lead at KEPRO. So as I mentioned, there is a board and then the secretariat that does we are the ones who do the day-to-day undertakings to be able to serve you as our members. The rest, of course, are in the other room and just trying to run behind the scenes. So thank you very much to the KEPRO Secretariat for the effort you've been able to put to see that this event is a success. And really, any other person that I might not necessarily have mentioned, I know my list might not necessarily be exhaustive. We thank you very much. Just a polite reminder, we are having the SPICE Awards, the Sustainable Packaging and Innovation, or rather Sustainable Packaging Innovation and Circular Economy Awards happening later in the evening. Just a disclaimer that it is an invite-only event. So just confirm with the registration desk that your pass will be able to allow you to join the gala dinner in case you're interested to join this. So please feel free to join us as and when you are available. The event starts at 6 p.m. But between now and then, as the room is being changed to accommodate that event, we'll be having some sort of for the partakers and the non-partakers. For the partakers, there is something. For the non-partakers, there is juice and water. So please feel free to join us. It will be a fun engagement, maybe in another 1 or 2 hours before we settle in for... sorry? Yes, there is Uji for the partakers of Uji. Please feel free. Georgina will be leading that team. So please, it will just be outside where we had our breakfast as we wait for the setup of the evening event. So thank you very much. Allow me to call it a wrap. It is at this point that I'll ask that we leave at our own pleasure. Thank you very much.